Muy buenos días a todos ustedes y también muy buenos días a mi mujer que tiene la bendición de despertarse con mi voz y probablemente con estas luces. Espero que estén muy bien. Como lo saben, el día de hoy, esta mañana, tenemos un casino del tío Salo con ustedes, pero como siempre quiero darles una reflexión rápida. Y esto tiene que ver con los mercados porque estoy viendo que mucha gente está panicándose y está entrando en esa fase de, ok, esto puede ser lo que lleve a los mercados para abajo. Recuerden lo que hemos estado diciendo en este canal por un rato, es necesitamos excusas para crear liquidez, es muy importante para poder seguir y continuar el efecto del mercado tal cual como lo llevamos. Y este fue la excusa perfecta para crear esa liquidez. Recuerden, nada de esto pasa por accidente. Todo esto es bastante planeado y estamos viendo varias cosas que normalmente el mercado nos da cuando estamos en estas situaciones. Número uno, estamos viendo un dólar fuerte y quiero compartir mi pantalla con ustedes. Déjenme simplemente para, antes de entrar al análisis técnico, poder compartir con ustedes tablitas rápidamente. Quiero compartir antes que nada el dólar y es justamente lo que habíamos hablado. Pueden ver la fuerza del dólar, cómo está rebotando para arriba. ¿Por qué? Porque esto genera que la gente vaya al tradicional flight to safety, que se vayan a acomodar en algún lugar seguro. Esos son dólares, damas y caballeros. Entonces estamos viendo el instantáneo rebote al dólar. Algo que no está instantáneamente actuando de la manera correcta son los bonos. Los bonos en este momento están presentando una trampita, en mi opinión. Están dándole la idea a la gente de que quieren subir. Este es el bono a 10 años. La razón por la que tengo esto acá es porque tuvimos un cruce plateada a la baja, damas y caballeros, pero los bonos también van a caer. Esto pasó idéntico después de octubre 7. Los bonos, el rendimiento de los bonos subió y después se cayeron. Entonces, importante tener eso en mente. Otra cosa que queremos ver es energía. Energía tiene que tener un rebote, lo estamos viendo. Aquí tienen el petróleo dando ese rebotazo a la alza. Es bastante obvio el por qué, ¿no? El gas natural también está teniendo su momento y viene aquí. Vamos a testear un doble techo, vamos a ver cómo le va, aunque ya desde aquí está encontrando un poco de resistencia. Pero el gas natural, energía, todo lo que es litio, todo lo relacionado a energía en cualquier forma que te imagines, va para arriba y va empujando. El oro obviamente está en una buena zona, sigue aquí arriba y se está quedando ahí. Lo que no nos está diciendo que la guerra es por lo que todo esto estaba subiendo, es simplemente la devaluación de nuestro dinero y la creación de más dinero, como lo hemos platicado una y otra y otra y otra y otra vez. Entonces, el oro simplemente nos está platicando de devaluación. Lo de los peligros simplemente está reflejado en el dólar. ¿Qué más tenemos por acá? La plata le ha estado yendo bastante bien, aunque sigue por acá peleándose para poder lograr un nuevo máximo histórico que, bueno, comparado con lo que hizo hace unos días, por ahí de los 32.68, y los índices están yéndose para abajo. Esto es bastante normal. Estás viendo el SP 500, aquí tienes al Nasdaq, aquí tienes al Dow Jones, aquí tienes al Russell. Y la razón por la que estos están cayendo es porque instantáneamente la reacción de todo el mercado es entrar en pánico y decir, esto va a ser el cisne negro que nos lleve a todos al Chile. Pero cuando volteas a ver el VIX, tenemos que entender esto. Vean este spike que hubo en el VIX. Esto es miedo. Esto es miedo, no esto. ¿Me entienden? Entonces, ahorita la jugada de todo, obviamente no instantáneamente pasa todo y esto es donde nosotros tenemos que ser más inteligentes y entender que nunca le vamos al timing correcto, pero podemos entender tendencias. En mi opinión, y antes de brincar con Alex y con Farhan, les quiero decir esto. En mi opinión personal, lo que creo que puede ser el cisne negro que nos lleve a todos para abajo va a ser que cuando gane Trump o gane el próximo candidato, revisen los números, porque esto pasó en el 2008, tal cual, que revisen los números y digan, uy, hemos estado en recesión por un año, porque han visto todos los números falsos y cómo los están modificando. O sea, es una locura. Entonces, lo que pueden llegar a hacer es lo que vimos en el 2008, que fue de, güey, si hay una recesión y llevamos ya un año en ella que nos acercaría al punto final de la recesión, que es lo que pasó en el 2008 cuando lo anuncian al final, porque en marzo los mercados tocaron fondo. Entonces, fue un proceso bastante rápido, relativamente hablando, y es un poco de lo que yo estoy esperando ver en este tipo de situación, donde me preocuparía honestamente total justamente eso, el hecho de que puedan voltearse y decir, güey, hemos estado en una recesión, nadie lo quiere comprender y boom, te tiran todo. Otra cosa que quiero decir es, a todos ustedes que que me acompañaron este año, que vieron mis apuestas locas en Rivian, en Tesla, en Lucid, en Coinbase, en UNG y que se fueron a Valhalla conmigo. Todos ustedes que vinieron, se acompañaron en este viaje, se subieron en este avión en primera clase conmigo y nos fuimos al cielo. Les quiero decir esto, paciencia. Los veo a todos escribiéndome, güey, ¿qué está pasando con él? Paciencia, paciencia, paciencia. Lo hicimos una vez, no lo vamos a fallar la segunda vez. Si la primera vez podemos todavía mejorar lo que hicimos la primera vez, esta vez vamos a aún más mejorar nuestra posición y nuestros posicionamientos en este tipo de situaciones. Pero sin más ni más, para todos ustedes que quieran acompañarnos y quieran aprender de trading, vénganse al Discord de Trading Elite, de Elite Trading Academy. Se los estoy dejando aquí abajo. También está en pantalla para que lo puedan ver. Únanse, es completamente gratis. Vengan a platicar con nosotros, pregunten de tablas, hagan las preguntas que gusten. La comunidad habla español, inglés, es buenísima y aparte apoya a todo el mundo. Es un buen lugar para también ver todas las señales de compra, los cortos que estamos haciendo, los longs que estamos haciendo. Así que los invito a que se unan. De nuevo, es completamente gratis. Y lo que más puedes perder son 2 minutos de tu vida si es que lo entras y no te parece. Así que, sin más ni más, les voy a traer a los Masters del Universo, al buen Farhan, al buen Alex, y vámonos para adelante. Entonces, señores, ¿cómo ven? Creo que deberíamos abrir con un buen análisis de Bitcoin. Es lo que yo creo. Vamos a ver, vamos a darle a las tablas. Morning, boys.
Good morning. How you guys doing?
Good, how are you?
I'm okay. I'm alive.
Yeah, I'm doing good. Early morning.
That's all that matters, Farhan. At this stage in our life, being just able to wake up, it's a huge win, especially at my age.
Right?
Yeah, I mean,
as long as you're awake in the morning, as long as you're conscious, it's all good.
It's all good, baby. It's all good. There's a lot of things going on right now, right? Geopolitically, on the charts, on financial markets, I'd say everywhere. And I think we should start with a Bitcoin analysis today because I feel like that's what people would really, really like to see, especially with everything that's going on. And you guys are on it. We are actually making some bets. We're positioning ourselves. We're getting ready. We want to know because also I think we might have different views, different opinions right here at this moment, at this point in time. So let's get to it. Who wants to start it?
Let's do it. You want to go first?
Farhan, do you want to go first?
Sure. Let me pull up my shirt.
If none of you motherfuckers wants to go, I'll go first and embarrass you all.
I can always go first. You are right. I do think like the opinion is a little different at this point.
Yeah.
On like where we stand and what else the market thinks is going to happen. Because like on stream we talked about this scenario happening, which was just a simple rejection at where we were. We understood that we reclaimed certain levels, especially on the daily. The daily reclaimed the EMA 100, a massive level, flirting with that SMA 200 as represented here. And we were just simply wanting that back test. We mentioned the arrow representing the SMA 200, basically consolidation and base at this point. This would be the first spot we would look for a bigger bounce. We talked about if it didn't hold, that we would definitely go back to that 61.3 to maybe 60,800. And now we're currently there. For me right now, I do think that Bitcoin can still come down. The question is how low is it? And since we did technically get a trend shift on the weekly, we still have to be mindful of the higher low. The trend shift is something that we talked about. Breaking the 65K high, solidified that the downtrend here finally broke. And now what we need to be watching is potentially some kind of higher low to form. I think it's easier and much better represented on like a daily. As long as Bitcoin is not breaking 57,600, anywhere in the zone can be a higher low. The thesis was that this would have made the easy higher low. It would have been an easier trade. But as we can see, yesterday's closure, we fully lost a pretty big moving average that I like to watch. And I was betting more on the camp that this kind of trend that we see in market where we, let me get the 55 off real quick.
And by the way, it's such a fucker, right? Because it's making higher, it's making a little higher high, but it's also making perhaps a lower low within. So it's just like literally playing with all of us, this motherfucker.
For me, for me, the higher low is more obvious on this daily. I think this throwback to this 57.6, 57.5 created a nice spring for price. We could argue, and I know people are looking at this potentially as the, maybe a higher low as well. But, when we're in like the spring of a move that leads to the higher high, for me, that's kind of what I'm viewing. This is more consolidation and just kind of more a pause because, price did, go down like 1.7%, but it just mainly was just getting stopped by this SMA 200. Nothing really changed in terms of it breaking even the daily EMA 9. Just wicking under it essentially. And so for me, the higher low essentially could be formed anywhere from here. So, since I was all eyes on the daily, and we did talk about this as well, BBWP was pretty much resetting. What I ideally wanted to see was it start to flip up when Bitcoin was going to get a bounce potentially in this zone here. But we can see now it's expanding above 15% while we're kind of in this, now we're breaking down currently. We're now just finding now resistance again at 61.3, and we even rejected the EMA 100 today. It's something that I'm watching closely today because bulls really want to step in my opinion, as soon as they can, because we're kind of on the edge of just going down more. And what we all should be like asking ourselves is how much more. We see it across the board. We did hit a massive level. For me now, if Bitcoin doesn't get it back above its daily EMA 100, I'm going to be more in the camp of bearish because, just as history has shown us throughout this chop, big moves down occur when we're under it. I'm not shorting at this point. For me, I'm watching because this easily can get reclaimed, or even like today, this easily can get reclaimed. It's not too far off, but I'm cautious at that point right now because for me, watching Bitcoin and seeing it should have really held this zone yesterday for bulls to really, in my opinion, have a like at least some momentum on the daily, of potentially flipping this up in their favor. But while Bitcoin looks like this, I have to be cautious because to me, it just looks more corrective now. And, the question is how much lower can it go? And are we going to break this actual low that I'm watching? Because if we do, it wouldn't be, this would probably lead to a lot bigger move down that most at this point still I'm expecting. And not even me. I'm more in the camp that this level is going to get reclaimed. And then we'll see this play out. There'll be some kind of higher low in the zone, leading to the higher high breakout, going to that 2021 market cycle high. But, it all kind of hinged on us holding this EMA 100 on the daily. If we're under it now, it's just better to be cautious, especially with how we see, daily BBWB kind of telling us that, it's expanding. This can have a lot more downside. And now it's just up to us to kind of watch and wait. Ideally, though, we can see bulls start reclaiming this 61.4, 61.3 by today's. Something to mention as well. It's the weekly. We want to see what this weekly is going to close. This was another adding confluence to my trade idea. After we break out, we usually go and back test this EMA 9. Bitcoin's been doing these big moves up and then unable to sustain or hold the EMA 9 whenever it goes back to it. Letting a price actually prove to us. And again, it's more represented on the daily. We can see, each time that we've gone back and retested this moving average right here, which is the EMA 100, we just haven't been able to hold it. And now we've kind of fell through here. If we can reclaim this, to me, that'll be a really good sign. We can see that, anytime we've lost it, we haven't been able to reclaim it for, at least a week or two. And we've kind of just chopped and went down, even at this point too. came all the way back down, tried to test it, and then fell right through. So we're at a very important spot for markets. We're seeing the Middle East tensions rise. Global markets are a little more de-risked today. We're seeing Tesla miss certain numbers, and we're also seeing Dixie now reclaiming a massive level. This 21's been a big spot on the USD dominance reclaiming a big level. Got back above its daily EMA 100, which has been a big point for this chart. Each time we do reclaim it, it usually leads to at least sizable moves. And that's kind of what we're seeing now. We got the expansion, and now we've even backed us to the 21. To me, I think that the next level on Tether dominance could easily be 5.93%. And that is just something to be mindful of, because that is an implication for Bitcoin. We see that, we are at weekly resistance now. So, this weekly, in my opinion, across the board, Bitcoin's weekly and Tether dominance weekly is going to be very key. Because if we do end up losing Bitcoin's EMA 9 on the weekly, to me, it really wouldn't be a good sign. And it probably has implications that Tether dominance weekly has reclaimed its actual EMA 100, which we can just see throughout this whole chop. It's not really many times we've reclaimed that. And when we did, it did lead to a nice expansion move. Most likely, if we do end up testing this resistance again, we have to look at it as a lot much weaker, leading to a potential bigger move down on Bitcoin. But, as it stands, I'm hoping that Bitcoin can get that bounce that I'm at least expecting, especially on the daily. And then maybe we can see this weekly momentum start churning up, giving us a sustained move up. But in my opinion, as long as we are still just under the major moving averages I watch, to me, it's looking a lot less likely, and I'm more cautiously bullish at this point. And I hope that bulls can really at least start reclaiming this level and then consolidate. It doesn't have to be a spring and up now. If we just reclaim and just consolidate, then we can make the argument that the oscillators will go down, the moving averages will start moving down, and then we'll maybe form a range and just range for a while. But as it stands, you just have to be more cautious, especially on yesterday's daily close. It was a pretty big move down. We had Iran being attacking Israel, Lebanon getting attacked as well. Things are rocky around the world. We know that markets are forward thinking, so they're going to front run things and sell off accordingly. And I do believe that's kind of what we saw yesterday. So that's kind of what I'm watching with Bitcoin. It's more in that gray zone. It is invalidating this thesis, though, and for me, it's an easy way to pop back in. If we get back above here, to me, that'll be a nice shift, because we can see every time we've deviated this daily EMA 100, we've always gotten follow through, just every single time. If we deviated it and then quickly reclaimed it, to me, that would be kind of different, a different shift here in price action, and that's something I'd be really mindful of. Overall, though, we still have, I'm almost certain we still have the silver cross. Let's see if that got validated, actually. Yeah, so we still have the silver cross, and it is still active. We know that, this is still weak, though, in the sense that we really wanted to see the 9, and especially the 21, actually catch the support. Testing the 55, to me at least, signals that this is a little more weak. We have to kind of watch this a little closely, but it's still valid. And, this closes in 10 hours. So ideally, we want to see kind of where this holds. At this point, I'd really like to see it at least hold the 21, EMA 21, which would just be, it holding the meme line. To me, it looked like a really nasty candle, but I'm aggressively testing, nice SR flip, essentially retesting this in the support. And then maybe on the next 3-day, we actually get the open to the launch. So that is just something to be mindful of. The daily's not looking the best to me. The weekly is okay for now. We really just want to kind of see where these closures come, but we still do have a silver cross to the upside on the 3-day. The 2-day, I believe, is about to invalidate, actually, but it's still valid, I guess. And that's why, this is why we want to see kind of bull step in here. That's why these, hopefully won't invalidate the setups that we were looking for across the board. And hopefully, ideally, then that weekly EMA9 can start actually acting as massive support. Something we saw throughout this entire bull market was this EMA9 just support price through and through. And even big moves happened once it got reclaimed again, retested it, got another spring up, and then rejection. So we've kind of been deviating it. This would be really nice if we could actually see a hold. To me, if we see the weekly hold the 9, this will give bulls a lot of momentum, in my opinion. This could potentially then, wherever this low will be formed, will be looked at as just, another higher low here, leading to that actual, breakout of this whole range, in my opinion, which probably leads to BBWP actually expanding. So it is still contracting. So this is something just to be mindful of. And then lastly, Dixie as well, at weekly resistance now, a big spot on Dixie. And so again, this kind of gives more confidence what I'm saying, where on risk on, bulls should step up very soon if we're actually going to see a bigger bounce, in my opinion. And the way Dixie reclaimed the 21 yesterday was a really welcoming sign for Dixie bulls. We're kind of getting that throwback now, and we just have to watch that 101.80 level so we can potentially have a measured move all the way to this 102.77. Why I'm talking about Dixie right now is just because, when we saw BBWP down, it's just like the same setup on Bitcoin to the downside. When it's now expanding above 15%, while we're reclaiming a massive moving average on the daily that we haven't actually reclaimed in a while. We have to be mindful of the next resistance zone right here at 101.80, but the inverse correlation with Dixie and Bitcoin is real. So I think this is also just tying in with how global markets are feeling about risk on. Is people are going to dollars right now, and I'm all eyes on this zone here. If we actually go and come up and reject again or break this high, then to me, I think we'll have a more sustainable move to this 102.50, 70% level.
I think it's one of those moments where DXY is not gonna be as straightforward as it normally is and act like really as the opposite of risk on, risk off. And the reason why is whenever you have scenarios like the one that's playing out right now in the Middle East, there are plenty of people that just go from trad finance that protect themselves and go into the dollar. So this is more of a knee-jerk bounce on the dollar. Not saying it's not going to continue or it can continue, but I don't think it will for a long time. I think this is just a natural, it's just literally, it's a replay of October 7th. So this is just like a natural thing for the dollar to do. And especially when you see, because if people are going into the dollar is getting strong. Tell me why the bond yields are going up. And so there's one of the two lying to you. And it's actually the bond yields, because if people are buying the dollar, they're just going into the dollar, but that they're not buying like long-term, short-term duration. Like, what the fuck are they doing? And that's where that tells you that this is more of a, in a way, like how Farhan puts it, right? This is more of a corrective move rather than an actual moving that trend, in my view. I could be totally wrong.
And it could be. I mean, Bitcoin's trend is still shifted. And we now need to still be on higher low watch.
Yes.
That's why I'm still in the camp that, ideally we want to just see today this level get reclaimed. I don't see why bulls wouldn't if they were in control, especially, because you are right. Stocks aren't really down that much and things aren't really that bad.
Look at VIX.
And yeah, the VIX is barely up.
This is what I was saying. Like, dude, look at, like, that's what fear looks like on your left, right? Where the blue line is.
Exactly.
What the fuck is this?
It's just, if you even like TA on the VIX, it looks like a downtrend. It's unable to even sustain a higher move of the last one, which was here. And so that's why I agree. And that's why I'm still in the camp that, I think that low leverage positions here an opportunity. We really have to be mindful of kind of where we're at and the fact that there is still a lot of uncertainty and markets just, they just don't, especially with Bitcoin, they don't really like uncertainty, and so I haven't really been following the attacks as as closely as I probably should. That happened yesterday, but I just know like with that either can mark some kind of lower time frame bottom, like we've kind of seen through and through throughout history. Whenever massive wars, escalations, attacks happen, it's usually frothy in the markets for at least a week or two, consolidate, chop, and then actually, move higher, actually form some kind of bottom while people kind of get scared out of their bags. And so for me, I'm still bullish, just very cautious right now. I really, really want to see this daily at least reclaim the EMA 100 again. That to me then will actually be good. That'll start looking really good because we aren't getting that follow through like we have each and every time. We're not rejecting it. We actually reclaimed it. Now we can consolidate. And then to me, that could potentially give bulls at least a move back up to 63.7. Reclaiming this SMA 200 again, for me, will be, the telling sign that yes, this was probably the higher low. The low's probably in, and we have to start looking at the 2021 market cycle highs, right at that perfect number at 69,000. So, for me, we just kind of want to be all eyes on today. I think it's going to be an important day, and that's kind of it. The trend is still shifted though on Bitcoin, and so it's not really time to short. It's more time to start looking for structure to form, especially in lower time frames, to then potentially get an entry here. It's welcoming to see that on the lower time frames, at least. We just got a closure. Bitcoin is trying to at least reclaim this level at 61.3. It's very welcoming. I'll feel happier though when we can actually start at least on the 2 hour reclaim the EMA 9 through and through. We've kind of just been rejecting it this whole time. If we do, then I do think then we can get another move up. And I think 63,000, 63,500 is a pretty important level. We can see that's right where the SMA 200 is. So I still think that this thesis, because it even had a little deviation here, I still think it can play out. This is exactly what I was thinking with what happened. People get too excited with the up, they call it October. Everyone's longing right now. Things are going up. Markets are good. I'm sitting here like I would be, it would be irresponsible of me to start longing right here or even here. Here was the higher probability to short. This thesis is still valid in the sense that we are smoking longs right now, shaking everyone out. Even I'm now more cautious about the idea of this playing out, but it still could work. I just want to see the daily really start reclaiming the levels, which will start on the lower time frames first. And so that's why, it's welcoming to see kind of bull step up here. It's good to not see the low of yesterday actually get broken. That's kind of what we want to see, because then this can form some lower time frame, higher lows, get back, right? Everyone starts getting out of their positions. Oh, it's Bitcoin's dumping again. We actually don't break the low, and then it gives us momentum to actually break, the high. And then this at least can give us a move back to 62,800. So that's kind of what I have now. Really just want to see the daily actually reclaim the level I watch, because if we don't reclaim the EMA 100 on the daily, it can be a front runnable event. The weekly will lose the 9. If that happens, I don't want to personally start longing Bitcoin, because then that could mean the monthly could get fucked. So something to watch though, but the trend is still our friend. And it is up, and it's freshly up. And so people are still going to be catered in this short mindset. And I still think that's irresponsible. I don't think people should be more looking for shorts right here, even with the deviations and kind of what we see with yesterday. I think the smarter move would still be to watch for longs. And because I think that's going to be, I think it's watching when you're looking for shorts, it's like looking for pennies when you could be making dollars. I think longs at this time could be an opportunity if bulls can start stepping in. So that's all I have on Bitcoin. It's cautiously bullish, and Tesla, going down is more based on earnings. But we talked about that. No one's really buying cars, as you mentioned, especially those more high end look at cars. So
it's going to take a while. It's going to take a while for everything to just like settle the dust, because we are indeed in a fucked up situation. To me, the black swan is simple. It's a repetition of 2008, and a lot of people don't remember because you guys were probably still sperm in 2008. But in 2008, around October, November, whenever it was, the Federal Reserve looked back and they go, oh shit, we've been in a recession for a year now, but we're almost done with it. And then everything mega dumped. That's kind of like what really took everything just and flush it down the toilet at that time. And that's still a big possibility happening right now. Like after Biden is gone, whoever wins, they're going to look back and be like, oh, look what Biden did. He faked all these numbers because he was crazy. He did it all by himself. Now we've been in a recession, but now we can get out, which also would make sense with the timing for just printing a fuck ton of money and what Goldie's been telling us. But we'll see. I think that's more of an actual path for the market, as I'm seeing how much they're pushing to keep numbers in the right direction, especially with unemployment numbers and all of that is a farce. All of that is a lie, especially when you're in business and you see what's going on. Like I don't care what the government says. I just care what other people around me that are trying to make it, like, you know, or trying to do their own thing or like expand their thing, whatever it is, are telling me. And if those people are telling me, dude, shit's looking terrible, I've had to fire all these people, and the government's like, everything is great, and I can feel it myself, I'm sorry, I'm just going to go with that. So it's a matter of patience. And that's what I was telling everyone before we started the live. I said, this year, I took you motherfuckers to Valhalla with Rivian, with Tesla, with Lucid, with Coinbase, with UNG. I promise we'll do it again. We just got to be patient. The play is not clear yet because there's so much fuckery right now. They're bringing a lot of cash into the now, which will cause exactly the October 7th effect and take us further. We'll see where that goes. I mean, it could play completely differently. But for me right now, I'm still thinking that there are more moves towards the upside in the shorter term than in the long term. And then long term, we'll take a break and go on. But either way, for the crypto bull analysis, we got Farhan right here.
Are you saying that they're lying about the soft landing?
I know, right?
Say it ain't so.
No, I you know what?
Impossible.
It's just no. It's just me and my conspiracy theories, Farhan. The government would never lie to you, and they only do positive things for you. By the way, were you drinking Coke in the morning, or is that coffee?
It's Coke Zero.
Jesus Christ! All right, well,
it's got caffeine and it tastes good.
You know what? Let's just get to the bull analysis. Fuck.
I got this man Alex on Coke Zero too. Before he was like, "Oh no, I can't drink that artificial sugar."
Alex,
I'm
don't
like,
listen to this
just
man.
spend 1 month with me. 1 month. You're gonna be drinking it.
In a while, actually, in like a week now. Just been drinking the water people.
Let's go. Let us go.
I got mine right here.
Oh, you got to hydrate after you drink that thing. So that's good. That's good. All righty. You ready?
Yep. This
Let us go.
Is very annoying right now.
Oh, no. Your pussy's going wild?
Yep. Scratching me like crazy.
Go check it out. Go get it checked out of the doctor. You don't want your pussy to be itchy.
Yeah, we gotta get some of that ointment for it, right?
I don't even want to picture your cat full of ointment just to make the joke, so I'm gonna skip it. Don't worry about it. Let's get it. By the way, I got a HPDR. I'll talk to you later about setting it up. Yeah.
Nice.
I'm ready.
HPDR gang.
Let's go, baby.
All right, so I'm gonna start with the 2 week, which is based off a lot of what my bias on right now. Let's switch to the index. After we got a reclaim of this 38.2% zone, we closed above it. It does make a lot of sense because we were not able to make it all the way towards the median, that we would get a retest of this bottom 38.2% zone. So far, our low has been at 60,207, and the 38.2% sits at 59,865. So it is making me think that we could possibly get one more swipe down to touch this bottom 38.2% zone at 59,865. But if we don't, what could be possibly happening is that we're front running it because we came very, very close to it, and we're getting a pretty nice reaction on the low time frames right now. If we do get that front run of this area, my next target would be this top meme line, which right now is that $69,000 number that Alex was talking about before. Very, very perfect number, one of the most perfect numbers I've ever seen. $69,000. And if we get any type of close above this $69,000 area, we would have to target the median. And we do have about 4 days and 10 hours before this number is going to change and this 2 week closes. But as of right now, the median sits at 77,400. What's more likely to happen is that after this 2 week candle closures, this median is probably going to move down somewhere around these previous all-time highs, around 73 to 73.5. And that's going to give us our breakout level, that if we close above that area, not only are we going to go to new all-time highs, but we're going to go to significantly new all-time highs. And this number is going to move down, but right now this top 38.2% number sits at $100,800. Probably is going to come down to somewhere around the $80,000 zone, which is the same number that we've been looking at for the past couple of months. And if you look at our HPDR momentum right now, it is also starting to flip up. It's still not where we want to see it, but it is starting to flip up, which is telling us that momentum is shifting towards the upside, but the volatility is shifting down. So that tells you that you would have more of a chance of hitting the median and instead of breaking through the median. But even if we were to hit the median right now, the median is still sitting at new all-time highs at $77,400. So it's not exactly the worst sign ever to see your volatility flipping down and momentum flipping up from here, because that gives you a statistical probability of hitting the median. Let's check the monthly. Right here on the monthly, we've reclaimed the 5 EMA, and as you can see, every single time Bitcoin has been on its like up only mode, or I guess you could call it a bull market cycle, as long as it's been above the 5 EMA, we've been on an uptrend. As from right here, since October and September 2023, as soon as we reclaimed it, we were on up only mode. We hit $73,000, and then back over here in March and April of 2020, when we reclaimed the 5 EMA, we ended up going absolutely vertical. We went from $8,600 all the way up to $65,000 after we reclaimed 5 EMA. So right now, after we've reclaimed the monthly 5 EMA, we are basing off of it a little bit. We've been a little bit below it, but that is normal because you know how the crypto market is. It doesn't want anybody to make money. It wants to fuck everybody out of their positions. So naturally, we went a little bit below the 5 EMA. Right now, we are basing right around the 5 EMA, finding support just around there. The 5 EMA is right around like $300 away from where we are right now, so it's not the worst sign. What we want to see is for this monthly close to maintain this 5 EMA. And if it does, then we have a higher probability of going up to touch this 38.2%, which right now is at new all-time highs at $74,400. But I don't think, based off of the 2 week setup, I don't think it's going to stop there. And I think it's going to go straight through to probably significantly new all-time highs, somewhere around $78,000 to $80,000. But this is just an idea until we get that confirmation. Because as of right now, the momentum on the HPDR is flipping down, while volatility is flipping up. That would tell us that whatever move we get towards the downside would not be a corrective move, and we should be looking for continuation towards the downside if we lose this 5 EMA. If we lose this 5 EMA, we're very likely going to break through these previous lows. Probably first tap around $49,000. Maybe we get a little bit of a bounce here, come back up, retest this 9 EMA. I'd be looking for that as our next lower high before we end up dropping towards the 78.6% and this 55 EMA. And this number, close your eyes, bulls, is at just below $40,000 at $38,800. And if we go to $38,800, we can basically kiss this cycle goodbye, and we're probably gonna consolidate, go down for the next several months, maybe a year, before we ever see $60,000 ever again. That's just a little bit of hopium for the bears, as I just gave some hopium to the bulls. And our monthly jewel is still flipping down. The pink is above the yellow, so this is right around the area where we would, like, if the bulls do step in, where we can flip back around and switch this curvature into white and then cyan blue to make our next try for the upside. But as of right now, it is still shifted down. Check the quarterly, which just closed. The quarterly closes a doji, and it was a rejection of the median. So whenever you reject the median within the blue 38.2% zone, you get a higher probability of coming back down to retest the bottom 38.2% zone. And right now, this is some more hopium for the bears. That number sits at $54,000. So if we end up going down to touch this bottom 38.2% zone, it would basically, in my opinion, invalidate my bullish outlook on the monthly and the 2 week. And I would say that we're probably going to lose that 5 EMA on the monthly, and we're probably going to go down towards $40,000, maybe a little bit below it. If we don't touch this bottom 38.2%, this is the logical area for us to find a bounce, right between this meme line and this 5 EMA on the quarterly. And right now, that meme line is at somewhere between 61.3, and the 5 EMA is sitting at $58,000. So we can get that's the most hopium that I can find right now for the bulls. If we do go down, is that we would find some support there, fill out this wick a little bit on this doji, and then we can try again for the median. Right now, the median on the quarterly is the same level as the top 38.2% on the monthly, at just around $110,000. And these are very exciting numbers. I don't want anybody to cream their pants over them and go balls deep long. These are just ideas until you get a confirmation. Let's check the Tether. And right now on the quarterly, we are getting our momentum shifting towards the downside with volatility flipping up. But on the opposite end, the jewel is still curved towards the upside, and it's confirmed even stronger curvature towards the upside after this quarterly close. Let's check the Tether. On Tether, on the previous quarterly close, we did reject the 5 EMA, and we left a big, massive wick towards the upside. Right now, we're testing it again. And if we check our HPTR momentum is flipping towards the upside, and volatility is starting to flip down. So whenever that happens, you have like we looked at before on Bitcoin, you have a statistical probability of testing the median when that happens. And right now, the median sits significantly higher than price. Right now, the median is sitting at 18.42%. We are at 5% right now. That is,
I mean, that would nuke everything.
yeah, Bitcoin is probably going below $40,000 for that happens.
Yeah.
Price
Fucking-
significantly below $40,000.
Yeah. Yeah.
So the hopium for the Bitcoin bulls right now is that this meme line, this 5 EMA rejects once again. And we confirm our lower high here, and then we can nuke and break down these previous lows that we made in January 2024. Whenever Bitcoin is going, initially breaking out from the 40s, going towards the 60s and the 70s. And if we were to break that, then we will probably get a little bit of a bounce in this zone right here at the 99, 100% range. If we test this meme line, at that point, Bitcoin would be on a higher low watch, reject from here, and then we end up retesting these previous lows somewhere right here, just below 2%. But as of right now, we don't have that confirmation. Tether is still above the 5 EMA, and Bitcoin is still has momentum towards the downside. So we just have to be watching for our confirmations. It's a little bit of, as Alex says, a no man's land right now, a place where you're just waiting for your bullish or your bearish confirmations. Let's check the monthly. Right now, what Bitcoin bulls really do not want like to see or want to see is that this previous monthly close rejected the median. Usually, whenever you reject the median, you would get a move down towards the bottom 38.2%. But the difference is that the median ended up moving down after that close, and now we're basing off of the median. We're above it, and we bounced down to it. You see this, as you see this wick right here, we bounced exactly towards the median, and then we're bouncing off of it and getting expansion. So if we get a monthly close like this above the median, preferably over this meme line at 5.84%, our statistical probabilities are going up, go shift towards hitting the top 38.2%. And right now that is upwards of the 7% range. And that would be a very, very significant move. That would nuke Bitcoin very hard. This would be a 28% move from now. So we would have to apply similar numbers towards the downside on Bitcoin. That would likely take us down towards our
30s.
Confirmation below $40,000, right around $38,800.
Yep.
When was the last time the monthly was above the median?
The last time monthly reclaimed the median was right over here in May of 2022, when the bear market actually accelerated, and right around June is when Luna collapsed. So you guys remember what happened with Bitcoin then?
Oh yeah. How can I forget?
We went to $25,000. We're getting that similar setup right now. We're on the first tap of the median, we rejected it, and then the median moved down. We opened our next candle above it, tried to test it a little bit. On the last time in 2022, because we were in a bear market, we were not able to make it all the way down towards the median. We got a little bit of a wick down, but then we got significant expansion towards the upside, all the way towards the 78.6%. And right now, the 78.6% sits at 11%.
That would be horrible.
That would be very, very bad for crypto bulls. I would say close your eyes, crypto bulls. You don't want to see this.
That's right.
That's a 97 to 98, maybe 100% move from where we are right now on Tether dominance. Well, that is one of the most ugly things I've seen today. On the weekly right now, we are maintaining this bottom 38.2% zone. We're getting an expansive candle after our retest of the bottom area and the 200 SMA. But right now we are rejecting the 100. So as long as we're rejecting the 100, it's not the worst sign ever for crypto bulls, but it's not also a very good sign. Because if we get any type of close over this 100 EMA, we're very likely going up to test this median. And since we're bouncing off of this 200 SMA in the bottom 38.2% zone, the median is unlikely to hold. Right now, the median is at 6.09%. Likely, we're going to break above it and go to the top 38.2%. Right now, that's at 6.96%, right around that 7% number we were looking at on the previous chart. And then if you look at the HBR momentum, that is also flipping up while volatility is flipping down, which gives you a statistical probability of hitting the median, and that is now at 6.9%. So we have multiple different setups telling us that we're probably going to hit the median on the Tether dominance of the weekly, somewhere around that 6% zone, which tells you that Bitcoin probably has a little bit more room to go down, possibly down towards that bottom 38.2% zone that we looked at on the quarterly, which is around $54,000. And if that happens, then all of my bullish bias is out the window, and I'm going to be on short watch personally. Let's check the RSI.
Well, yeah, at 54,000, you eliminate all of the structure that recently got made from September, basically the beginning of September until now.
Yeah. Let's switch AC back on. Okay, not as fuck. Let's pull up the RSI. Right now on Bitcoin, on the quarterly RSI, we are getting a rejection of that middle zone from the last doji candle, and we're getting a move back up towards the bullish control zone. So this is another piece of hopium that I can provide for the bulls, is that the RSI does not look too bad on the quarterly. One thing you got to remember about the RSI, which I see a lot of people doing with RSI, is like, oh, it's too high, it's overbought, it's too low, it's oversold. It's complete bullshit. Overbought and oversold is a meme. The only thing that the RSI is really useful for is for looking at these areas like the middle neutral zone, the bullish control zone, the bearish control zone, and for divergences. As of right now, we still have 3 drives of hidden bullish divergence in the quarterly, and we came down and we made a little bit of a, confirm this, lower low on the RSI, while price action made a higher low, as you see right here. Price was over here at this time, it was at $16,588. Our next low was at 64,000. These numbers are so good. 63,335. So we made a higher low, about 48,000. My math is a little rough. $48,000 higher than our previous low, but the RSI went lower. So this gives us another drive of possible hidden bullish divergence. To confirm this, you need to make a local low right here. To make a local low, we need to get a close above $70,000. So that's kind of
shit.
That doesn't really help us that much, because if we get a close above $70,000, we're going to new all-time highs anyways. So, but that's what the RSI on the quarterly is telling you right now, that if we get close above there, we're going to confirm this as a 4th drive of hidden bullish divergence. We'd have to target the top bullish critical zone, and right now the top bullish critical zone, this number is going to go down. Please close your ears, bears. It's at $160,000. And our volatility right now is very low as well. It's sitting at 35%, and it's starting to tick back up, and now we're just above the moving average. So we do have a lot of room for volatility to get that type of move as well. Because the last time we got a move from this area on volatility was right here, where price was at $9,000, and we went up from there to $65,000.
That was a big move.
It's a pretty, not bad move, right? Not bad.
One would say.
In the same setup, where we reclaimed the moving average on the BBWP for volatility, and then we got an expansive move towards the upside. We're getting that same exact thing. Plus, also, we had a basing off of the 9 EMA, which we're getting exactly right now as well. So we're getting multiple different setups, giving us bearish setups, and we're getting some bullish setups as well. But neither of them have any type of confirmation. Check the monthly. Monthly right now is still healthily within the bullish control zone, while volatility is going down towards this consolidation phase, which is what you would like to see. Like whenever you're getting red candles in consolidation, you want to see volatility go down, so that you can go back to the lows and reset, and then you can get another expansive move towards the upside when volatility expands. Check the weekly. Weekly did put in a local top, so this bullish divergence has kind of been invalidated. What we're looking for now is to get another drive of bullish divergence. We want to get, let's see, this was $54,900 to get another drive of bullish divergence. This would not be the most pretty thing ever. But if we do come down towards that 3-month, that quarterly bottom 38.2% at $54,000, that would give us a lower low from here, but the RSI would be making higher low, and that would give us a third drive of bullish divergence on the weekly. But the only way to save that from being an extremely bearish setup is that we would have to make a massive wick and bounce back very hard, like immediately. If we get any type of consolidation around that $55,000 zone,
Oh, it's fucked.
This goes out the window and it's all fucked.
Yeah.
Let's check the Tether dominance RSI. Tether dominance did confirm multiple drives of bullish divergence on the last quarterly close, which is not a very nice thing to see. They confirmed 1, 2, 3 drives of hidden bullish divergence on the RSI on the last quarterly closure. So we're still finding some resistance around this 9 EMA. But if we do get over this bullish divergence, it's going to play out, and we're very likely coming up to these rejective highs over here, somewhere around 8.5% to 9%, and that's going to play out that move on very likely on Bitcoin down below $40,000 to 38,800. Monthly, not much. Weekly, we had 3 drives of bearish divergence, but now we have a local bottom confirmed, so that is kind of invalidated. Not the best thing to see. 5-day confirmed some hidden bullish divergence on this close on September 24th, and we have a 1, 2, 3 drives of hidden bullish divergence on the 5-day. To give us an easy target from there would be these previous highs, somewhere around 6% to 6.5%, right around that median that we were looking at before in the HPDR. And we have the 21 crossing above the 55 to give us a silver cross. It's not looking good, bros. It's not looking good. Let's check the daily.
You're supposed to be a hopium dealer, Farhan. What's going on?
trying to find him. Struggling to find this hopium. Let's check the monthly on CME. Hope. So CME does have a 5-day bullish divergence confirmed and a rejection of the bearish control zone right at September 24th, but we're still rejecting this meme line right here, and volatility is at extreme lows. And also this candle is not one of the prettiest ones I've seen. We went wicked above, took this liquidity to the zone, tried to break above this meme line, sharp rejection. We're still holding this 21 and 9 EMA. If we break below this though, we're very likely going to start to get an expansive move towards the downside. This volatility is going to start ticking up. We have 15 days of basically zero volatility. That would take us easily down to this 55 EMA at $54,000. So that $54,000 number keeps coming back up over and over and over again. Probably we get a bounce in the zone, but if we don't get a significant bounce back over $60,000 very fast, we get some consolidation here, we're probably likely to come back, test this area, 57, 58, make a lower high, and then we're going to go back. We're going to come down to test this 100, which is right around $46,800, $47,000. From there, I would say it's probably fucked, and we're probably going to 38,800 to see if that's right around where this 200 SME is at. And this is going to go up with every candle closure, so it would be very interesting to see after like 3 or 4 closes, this comes right up to $38,000, $39,000, and that would be what we're very likely probably going to hit. Let's see on the Tether. CME just put in on the last 3-day close, which was yesterday. We put in a drive bearish divergence.
Great.
We are getting some rejection off of this meme line as well. On top of that bearish divergence, we're sitting at this 21 EMA. Actually, we're below the 21 EMA, and we're rejecting it as well. Which, if it stays like this, it gives us a probability of coming down to the 55. 55 is very likely not going to hold because of how many times we tested it, which brings up the 100, which is right around $53,000. This is a 3-day, so this is probably going to go up. It'll be very interesting if it goes up to that $54,000 number. 2-day right now on CME has the silver cross, 21 crossing above the 55. We're getting a test right down to the silver cross, and we're getting a bounce over it right now. What we would like to see in the next 6 hours and 30 minutes to make me more confident that the bulls are taking back controls, we want to see close over the 9 EMA. And right now the 9 is sitting right around 61.8. So if we get a close over that, that would improve the probabilities that this is our next higher low before we can test this meme line again, before we break towards the 2021 cycle highs at $69,000. The daily right now is also bouncing at the silver cross, but we are getting a rejection currently of the 21 EMA, which tells you that the silver cross is not very strong. And once we lose this 55, it's going to be invalidated, and we're probably coming down to this 200, which is right now at 57. And we're probably going to break that based off the. You got to remember the CME price is a little bit higher than spot. So the CME at 57 is probably going to be spot at somewhere around 56.5 to 56.7, 56.8. In that area, because we were so close to the bottom HPDR zone of 54,000 on the quarterly, we're probably going to end up going down and test that zone. Let me end off on the momentum chart. This would be the nail in the coffin for bulls if we see some momentum shifting down.
Not yet. Oh.
So right now the momentum pivot on the quarterly has shifted to 36,257. So it didn't really go up that much. It only went up by a couple $100, maybe I think $1,000 or $2,000. So right now we're still looking good on the quarterly. We're breaking into the bullish control zone. We want to see it continue upwards, break into the bullish critical zone. As of that area though, this number is going to go up significantly. It's probably going to go up maybe $20,000 or $30,000. And then from there is going to be where the bulls really have to keep momentum up, or it's going to roll over. On the monthly rate and the quarterly, also volatility is expanding while the momentum is shifted towards the upside. On the monthly right now, though, the pivot moved to 65,851, which is not something you want to see at all. Whenever the pivot moves up, that tells you that the price is statistically bearish, and that bulls are going to have to work that much harder to flip momentum back towards the upside. We are breaking below the critical zone here on the momentum, stochastic momentum, and every single time that we go into towards the critical zone and then we break below it, I'll mark it off with a vertical line. You can see what happened yourself. We broke below the critical zone here, broke below it here, broke below it here. This time we broke below the critical zone. It was the bottom, and we ended up making new all-time highs at $69,000. But we flipped up from here, where we made our new all-time highs. If we check right here, though, when we broke below the critical zone, the price was at $10,306, and then we did a very nice dump from there of around 69%. Good number.
Good dump.
Over here, price was so low you have to expand this.
No way.
Price was at $128 at this point. You're gonna have to take this with a little bit of a grain of salt, because price was there was so little price on Bitcoin. It was like one of those shit coins. So it's not as reliable as the next ones. But we went from, I can't even draw a measurement to it because this price is so small. $128, $97, $65. So we dropped about 50% from there. So out of the last three iterations, whenever we dropped
2 out of 3.
Yeah, the last 2 out of 3 when we lost the critical zone, we got a very significant dump. There was only one time we ended up making new all-time highs, and whenever we did that time, we were above the. Let me pull back up to it. We were basing off of the 9 EMA. Right now, we're still basing off the 9 EMA. So that's just giving some bulls hopium to the bulls that if we can't keep holding this 9 EMA, possibly we can get this move like we did last time and make new all-time highs from there. But it's not looking the best. Check the weekly. Weekly momentum is still towards the upside as long as price is above $58,787. Not only that, but it's also rejecting the bearish control zone, and volatility is going down with this dump. So whenever volatility is going down with the dump, it tells you that the move towards the downside is likely a corrective move, and we're entering back into extremely low volatility. We went up towards like just about 20%, 18, 19%. And now we're shifting back down below 15 at 13.89%. So we would be looking for price action to kind of consolidate somewhere around above this 21 EMA, and then this volatility to start expanding back towards the upside, and that will confirm this is our next higher low. But until that happens, we just have to be on confirmation watch, and we have to be cautiously bearish and waiting to see our confirmations below our EMAs or confirmation above the meme lines to reverse that bearish bias and tell us that we're probably going to continue upwards and continue this uptrend towards 2021 cycle highs at $69,000.
So both of you, after looking at this, are we now cautiously bearish?
So on the higher time frames, yes. On the lower time frames, I'm kind of liking the bounce right now.
Yeah, I mean, I'm cautiously bullish right now. Today is the day. Like I said, I want to see bulls actually in the EMA 100 on the daily, because I think big moves down start from there. And yesterday could be a sign of us. It could just be a sign of like, okay, maybe things aren't as bullish as we thought. Fine. I at least didn't want it to get proven to me today, because when things get exacerbated by news and war and things, it's really hard to especially gauge moving averages like that with like just full on like just taking it very, very seriously, because as Farhan mentioned, Bitcoin likes to smoke everyone. Very rarely is a trade super easy. So today is going to be, in my opinion, the day where bulls need to step in, prove to bears that no, we're in control, we're going up, we're at least going to reclaim a massive level, and then ideally not reject it. So if we start rejecting that, then I mean, I have a next level at 57.7. And then at that point, now we're testing the higher low. If we break that, this was a big bull trap, and we just have to be full of that. And but as of right now, I'm still bullish. I'm cautiously bullish, and today's the day I want to see a green dildo. Farhan's the hopium dealer. That wasn't much hopium, Farhan, which is good, because like that put in a different perspective for me that I didn't fully analyze it on the higher time frames a bit, and I didn't realize even the 3 bullish stripes of divergence on Tether quarterly. That's insane to me.
That's insane.
That's insane. Yeah, that's actually insane. So, I'm still bullish. I just want today to give us a green dildo. If it does, then great. Thesis is on. This was just like a stupid war dump. It's kind of like what we saw. I remember Iran attacked. I remember we were in Tokyo, Farhan. I forgot who they attacked. They're always attacking someone. It seems
Iran attacked Israel. I lost so much money on that attack.
It wasn't that night. It was when we were at the second Airbnb. Remember, it's right before we went to Texas. We had that massive dump, and then the next day, remember, it was like a massive V recovery. We went up like $6,000.
That was when they warned them, and they're like, "We're about to attack you."
Oh yeah. So, I mean, I kind of wanted to see bulls step in today. If they don't, and we do close under the daily EMA 100, I do think that it's just slightly irresponsible to long at this point. You could argue, well, we're still, the daily EMA 200, but remember, the thesis I had the long was I want to see daily BBWP reset. We got that. I want to see us go back down and back test the daily EMA 100. We did get that. The 2 points where it's a little fucky now is we didn't hold the back test yesterday, and now we're seeing BBWP start expanding from the lows from like 7%. Now it's going back above 15% slightly. So like when we saw that major dump to 53,000, the weekly also went just slightly right to 15%. So what I want to see today is actually bulls get back in control with a big pump, actually flipping that BBWP in their favor, or at least resetting it some more. We don't want that to start expanding to the downside, especially with what we know on the higher time frames. Big dumps can really start from this daily EMA 100. So if this doesn't get reclaimed today, I'm back to waiting. I don't think we should be bullish. And I think the easy long is once we reclaim it, cool. The thesis is back on, but we want that to happen today. So
I can say this. It's not racist if I say it, because they're my people. But these fucking sand monkeys can't calm down for 5 minutes. They love costing me money.
It's not them. It's not them. It's just the one side that throws rockets at all of them and then goes, "Why was I attacked?" when they attack them back. That seems to be the trend.
Yeah,
exactly.
So,
I mean, before even Israel started fucking with all of them, the U.S. kinetically bombed Syria, Iran, and all of like the same places. I don't know if you remember at the beginning of the year, but we were not in a war. We were just calling them kinetic bombings, which
don't worry about it. It's just a kinetic bomb. Don't worry about it.
Yeah, this is not a war, just kinetic bombing to the places that eventually we're getting into a war with, which who would have seen that coming? But either way. Okay. I got Rivian and Coinbase. You guys pick whatever you guys want.
I prefer Coinbase.
Yeah, I'll do Rivian. And before we go translate, I know a lot of people are in the long that we gave yesterday, and we're still currently long. Yesterday we just mentioned the invalidation would be the daily EMA 100 closure. It did close below it, so now today I want to either see that be a deviation of it or an actual rejection of it. And so today's kind of the decider for me on the trade, but I'm still bullish. I would have posted if we closed the trade. Still bullish though, cautiously bullish. Just be mindful of the levels. And for me, it's still October vibe. But everyone's now bearish. All the longs just got out. And now this makes the perfect recipe for a massive spring. Everyone's now trying to chase price, and I do think right now we currently our entry is right at that daily EMA 100, so slightly green right now. So we're fine. It's not like
we're in the money.
Super high. Yeah, we're fine. But I just think today is going to be a really important day. And if we do get a massive green candle and actually start reclaiming the level I talked about, cool. This will then start looking a lot more constructive. And then once we do break that 70K, who knows? Maybe the quarterly does, in 3 months again. Maybe we are above 70K. Who knows? But it's a race against time now for bulls, especially without Tether.
And based off my system, next time we break above $72,000, we're probably not stopping until the 80s.
Yeah. I also want to put another scenario in our heads, because I think what if, just based on time and structure, Bitcoin has changed, whereas before we used to expect like a move from 9K to 60K, and that's like many X's. And right now, it seems like last cycle we topped out at 69. Now we're at 74.
Diminishing returns.
Not only diminishing returns, but like considerably lower highs. Like you're making a higher high, obviously, but I'm saying your percentage towards the upside breaking all-time highs becomes way more reduced, because mostly whenever you're about to break that, everyone's expecting the $100,000 number, which should take some time to get there. I feel like it shouldn't be that quick. So I would expect things to roll over in the 80s, probably, if you're just making like those relative percentages.
And my thesis behind why this is happening is because now we have so many institutions in the game, and like all of them, like they buy on the very right days, and they like to take profit. They're not degens like us, who are gonna be like, we're riding it to the moon. They're like, I'm up, that's nice, I'm taking my money and I'm gonna run.
I'm more on their side. I like that better. But hey,
learning
to be a degenerate.
I hate money, bro. I hate money.
I'm really good at scalps. In out, make 1%, 2%, 3%, and like minutes, I'm good for the day. The reason why I think that though a big move is still brewing is just simply how the 5-day and weekly are still giving us that setup. And it still can take a while for it to play out. But when we're just seeing momentum and volatility really low, contracted, now expanding, we still have that 30% moves set up, and as it stands, it still should be to the upside. So I'm still holding on to the hopium on that, but it could flip to the downside. But as of now, it would be good, and that would take us to that high 80K level. I do think if we get to 80,000, we're then going to start seeing 2021 mania, where everyone's talking about 100K. Everyone wants that. It's 100K, 100K. I personally, in my opinion, don't think that's going to happen this cycle. Or even maybe next cycle. I think that's just going to be another Fugazi. I don't think I could even see us maybe going to like 89K.
It's like gold at 2000, dude. How long did that take? And he played with the number a few times, but then he would drop again and again and again. And I mean, it was decades that shit lasted. And then towards the end, it took literally 4 years for it to break like hard the 2000 level.
I see that. Yeah, that's a good point. Exactly. And that's a good point. I mean, it would actually be more in favor for bulls if we actually didn't just go straight up only to 100K.
That's right.
That probably means that the bear market to be just really, really bad. The bear market will be, if we slow grind up, kind of like what we're seeing now, just kind of slowly going up, now forming structure, kind of everyone's more on the edge. That's what we want. I mean, these aggressive moves up or down aren't sustainable. So, we did just go up only. People forget, like, insane. In 2023, we did literally go up only. So it makes sense we're getting consolidation. Now in this chop is when people lose interest because they're like, oh, fuck it. We're not getting these big moves anymore. I'm losing money. But these times are when, the most important things are brewing behind the scenes, where now, the big trades come after all this shit clears up. So as of now, cautiously bullish. Let's just see how the daily closes. I want a nice green build up today.
Speaking of that 2023, like everybody's talking now, like the golden bull run is coming. We're waiting for the golden bull. In mid to late 2023, you could literally long 10x at any single point on Bitcoin.
That's what that was. Yeah. That's what that was. That was a bull run. Now it's consolidation.
Yeah. And I find it funny how people talk about the bull market has started, all seasons coming. It's super irresponsible because I don't know what we call
Solana went from $8 to $200. Is that not a fucking all seasons?
And that too.
Meme coins, dude. Meme coins. Like, meme coins were the chat of everyone. Like, it already happened. We're going back again. You're consolidating, and then Bitcoin needs to make the first move up.
I've seen people on crypto Twitter put in like $1,500 into Pepe and turned it into several $1 million.
Well, I wish one day I can do that. So hopefully one day that'll happen to me. Yeah, that's the goal, right? That's the fucking goal. You know which one kept going up? Joe Biden. I'm just going to put it out there. All right. So check out.
I thought it died.
No, it went down. Like today's down 16%, but yesterday it did over 100%. So just check out Joe Biden.
What is it?
Check it out.
Debate
it's BODEN USDT. Bowden.
I'm looking at it now. Yeah, yesterday, it went up 87%. Holy hell.
That's what I'm saying. And this is something I want to point out. So everyone is saying this is really retarded, Alex. Nothing smart. Everyone said that Kamala jumped on the polls because of the debate, right? And that's why she's like ahead of Trump. That's what the mainstream media is saying. So now yesterday, Trump's guy won. Apparently, I didn't watch it, but everyone's saying that. So now 100%. Trump is way ahead, right? Because it works like that. No, that's what they told us. That one debate can change everything and just make it go to the moon, right? So now Trump must be leading by 1 billion miles, right? Because otherwise, where's the logic in what they said? That's all I want.
It can't be biased. No, not at all. It's not.
No. Anyways, by Joe Biden.
I was expecting that though. JD Vance is a killer. I was expecting that.
Yeah, the other dude has he's retarded.
That's why I don't care about
bro lied about being in China for the Tiananmen Square incident.
Say that again.
He lied about being in China for Tiananmen Square in 1989.
No.
Yeah.
He was like, yes, I was in China during then. And then JD Vance goes, didn't you get to China around August of that year? And that happened in January?
Oh my God. Well, retards will retard. Let's get to these. Alrighty. Thank you, boys. I appreciate you. Vale, pues, estamos viendo Bitcoin en este momento y yo creo que antes que todo tenemos que aclarar las cosas en este momento. Justamente en el último en vivo que hicimos, habíamos dicho que estábamos por ahí de los 63,500 y dijimos, muy probablemente vayamos a ver una caída al nivel básicamente donde estamos ahorita. Y no fue porque adivinamos ni nada, simplemente cuando ves bastantes confluencias en los promedios de 100 días, 55 días, etcétera, que están en una cierta zona, es como un imán para el precio normalmente, y es lo que analizamos todo el tiempo. Entonces, tenemos una conexión por ahí que parece que entendemos un poco más de lo normal en contra de otros assets, ¿no? No diciendo que más que gente, pero en contra de otros assets. Vimos toda esa confluencia en esa zona, vimos el retroceso del precio y llegando justo ahí, y todo el mundo que está en el Discord, que los invito a todos, es gratis, dijimos, vamos nosotros a abrir un long, abrimos un long, entramos en 3 diferentes partes y ahorita estamos en positivo en nuestro long, pero lo que estamos diciendo y lo que estamos viendo ahorita es que estamos cuidadosamente siendo alcistas. No estamos diciendo que nos vamos a ir al cielo, que nos vamos aquí a Valhalla y la chingada. Nadie está diciendo eso, pero también no somos completamente bajistas y vamos a empezar a abrir shorts todavía. No estamos en esa situación. Recuerden, estamos tradeando. Somos day traders. Estamos haciéndolo diario, estamos haciéndolo a veces dentro de un día. A veces los movimientos toman semanas, meses, pero estamos entrando y saliendo y además reaccionando de acuerdo a lo que el precio nos está dando. ¿Ok? Entonces, tengan eso en mente. Somos cuidadosamente alcistas en este momento. Tenemos el long que les contamos a todos ustedes en el Discord y también en el Discord les vamos a decir cuándo cortarlo o estén atentos ahí para que sepan cuándo no tienen que estar en el mercado. Con eso dicho y hecho, vamos rapidísimo al análisis de Bitcoin. Yo creo que lo más importante es simplemente verlo en la diaria. Vamos a empezar con formaciones de patrones, ¿no? Que son básicamente viendo todo lo que estamos poniendo en pantalla en este momento. Vamos a empezar con lo sencillo, que es lo que hemos hablado mil veces. Alto, 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 alto. Y ahora, aquí fue un alto más bajo, pero esto es la invalidación de esto. Entonces, esa tendencia puedes decir que la rompimos porque esto es un alto y esto es un alto más alto. Además, venías de hacer un bajo, bajo, bajo más bajo, un bajo más bajo y un bajo más bajo. Entonces vienes ahí, pero este bajo más alto y este podría ser todavía considerado un bajo más alto, invalida literalmente esta tendencia bajista, para que lo tengan en mente y para que también aprendan con nosotros en tiempo real. Entonces, justamente el precio está, como siempre, jugando con nuestros sentimientos y los de todo el mundo, porque te crea este alto más bajo que te dice, uy, como tienes este alto más bajo y este, ya valió madres. Luego creas este bajo más alto que este. Y ahora todo el mundo dice, no, nos vamos a la luna. Y luego tienes este alto, pero no es más alto que este. Y ahora todo el mundo dice, bueno, nos vamos a ir hasta el fondo, pero ahora empiezas a crear este bajo que es más alto que estos. Y ahora todo el mundo está diciendo, vale, pues, tío, vamos entonces a subir. Esto es lo que está generando esta incertidumbre, además de obviamente la geopolítica. Ahora, cuando ponemos atención a teoría de velas, ¿qué es lo que estamos viendo por acá? Estás viendo, digo, a patrones de formación de velas, estás viendo esto y probable consolidación acá. Esto podría ser una bandera bajista para que para que pongamos atención. Ahora, voy a poner los promedios y esto es donde se pone interesante la cosa. ¿Por qué? El 9 sigue encima del 21, eso nos dice que el precio tiene fuerza a la alza, ¿no? Ahora, el problema que estamos encontrándonos es que aquí tienes el del 200, que es el morado que está pasando por acá, nos rechazó acá. Acá venimos, lo habíamos saltado. Dijimos, ya chingamos una vez que te trepas del 200 y bolas, nos tira. Rompimos el 21 y ahora estamos justamente aquí consolidando entre el 55 y el 100. Para nosotros, lo más importante que debe de pasar es no romper esto en los 60,157. Tener el día de hoy es fundamental, tener un cierre arriba de estos promedios que estaría arriba de los, digamos, 61,500. Con eso nos sentiríamos mucho más a gusto de que vamos a poder seguir retomando estos niveles poco a poco, porque estos van a bajar, estos van a subir y entonces va a poder servir como un buen trampolín para que el precio siga subiendo. Si podemos retomar estos niveles, acá tenemos un buen cierre encima del 61,500 y empezamos a volver a retomar el 21 y el 9 en azul, el 21 en amarillo. Nuestro objetivo va a ser crear un nuevo alto comparado con este, lo que nos dice que mínimo nos va a llevar al 68, 69 el precio, porque tiene que jugarla de que va a ser un alto nuevo por más que no lo vaya a hacer. Entonces, ese sería nuestro siguiente objetivo. En mi tabla es 68,338, si es que podemos retomar estos niveles. Ahora, estábamos viendo Tether Dominance, la dominancia de Tether, y lo primero que voy a hacer es quitar estas cosas y quiero que vean también cómo le está jugando la dominancia de Tether. Viene obviamente en una tendencia alcista, también que la puedes ver acá, acá, rebotando y creando este nuevo alto, pero aquí empezaste a crear un nuevo bajo, un alto más bajo. Y ahora creaste un bajo más bajo que este, relativamente muy pequeño, y eso te pone en atención y dices, ok, esto ya va para abajo. Pero en todas las temporalidades, Tether está recuperando los promedios importantes. Puedes ver que ahorita tuvimos un cruce plateado a la baja y ahorita lo quiere invalidar. Eso sería demasiado malo y además el 9, vean cómo está apuntando hacia arriba. El 100 está acá y el 200 acá. Estas son dos cosas. Uno, probablemente Veamos la dominancia de Tether venir a darse una vuelta al 5.59%. Simplemente por esta confluencia y aparte que el 9 va a subir agresivamente mañana. Lo que queremos ver es que Tether no pueda romper estos altos en 5.77, porque si se agarra de esto Tether, la dominancia de Tether, y empieza a trepar como loco, tiene demasiada fuerza y demasiados en el indicador de Farhan, en lo que es momentum y volatilidad. Hay demasiadas divergencias alcistas escondidas en el precio en diferentes temporalidades, sobre todo en la trimestral, y eso nos pone los pelos de punta, porque si esto sube, es pésimo para Bitcoin. Entonces, yo creo que lo más importante para todos nosotros que estamos tradeando a temporalidades cortas es sencillamente regresar a tu spot, o si lo quieres hacer en CME, y retomar estos niveles. En CME se ve mucho mejor, honestamente, porque estás literalmente aquí trompeando. Probablemente vayas a visitar los 62,900 porque está el promedio de las 9. Me gusta mucho más cómo se ve en CME que en Spot. Y CME normalmente tiene más fuerza. I like the CME look way more than the Spot one on the daily, by the way.
Yeah,
it looks way stronger.
Usually, I mean, that makes sense. Usually does. It's what institutions like to trade off of. It has more data. It has better data.
Yeah. Y vean cómo le está jugando justamente el precio con este doji, porque es una vela de indecisión justamente en medio entre el promedio del 100, 55 y 21. Queremos cerrar arriba del 21 definitivamente, arriba de los 61,800. Faltan 6 horas y 12 minutos, así que pendientes. De nuevo, Bitcoin un poco de lo mismo. En spot queremos tener un cierre arriba de esta zona, mínimo poder retomar el 100, 61,500, y de ahí irnos a pelear con los siguientes niveles por ahí de los 62,000. Pero paso a paso, y no queremos romper este mínimo por acá en los 60,186. Quédense en el Discord, todos ustedes pendientes, porque como siempre les van a pasar todas las movidas que estamos haciendo. No le estamos diciendo qué hacer, pero le estamos contando lo que estamos haciendo. Vamos a empezar con Rivian, ¿cómo de que no? Alguien acá, somebody here has Rivian charts.
Yeah, let me get that up. Black in the day. Here we go.
Let's do it.
Okay, cool. All right, nice. So yeah, we've been following Rivian for a while. Let's go to the daily. So, we mentioned we were in this channel. Let's just backtrack. We were talking about how we were pretty bearish on this for the simple fact of this deviation of the EMA 100 on the daily, but also the silver cross that happened here. We went back and we mentioned all the silver cross that have happened that have led to pretty big moves overall and Rivian's history. And that's kind of what we got again, right? History and the charts usually play out. And so I talked about, there's a likelihood that we're going to go to this $10 region. Well, now we're luckily now there. And so ideally, on this move down, we went all the way to $10.30. For me, I have support at $10.07, right around $10 flat. To me, this is kind of the zone now that we want to see bulls actually step in. I still think that we could still come down and tap it, but ideally this spot is literally where we want to start seeing either consolidation to start moving the resetting the oscillators and getting the moving averages more down to potentially give bulls more steam to reclaim them. But that's kind of what we're watching now. We talked about the potential breakdown. If we do break this meme line, which we did, it would take us all the way down to this $10 zone, which we finally got. So now if you're bullish on this, you really just want to see consolidation. Let me go to the daily and see how everything is looking. So it's really easy to understand when we're at a zone this low. If we do get a reaction, let's say, and we actually do start reclaiming this daily EMA 9, to me, that'll be the first step. Good sign, bounce at the spot we talked about, totally, smoked shorts. I mean, totally smoked longs in this dump here, leading to the final dump. To me, I would be more bullish if this starts happening. And then we have to start actually looking at the daily EMA 100 again, which is right at $13.24, and then closer to that EMA 34 at $12.72. To me, that would be the second that'd be a second good point in this chart. If we actually start reclaiming that daily EMA 100, because if we actually take the 55 off here, and we can see more clearly it was a pretty big rejection zone. After we reclaimed it, this was a massive bull trap. We deviated it, hit the diagonal again, gave us a target back down at the bottom of this channel. But I talked about it potentially not holding, since we were basically at the end of this channel, if this was actually going to be true. But then also we had, BBWP basically at extremes at this point. This started to expand, which we got it. This would have just been bad news for bulls. And then so basically now there's no real long trigger unless we basically keep holding this $10 range. Then it's an easy invalidation, assuming we just literally keep consolidating and doing this. As long as we don't break this meme line here, to me, that could easily make for an easy low leverage, long trigger potentially for a nice move up, at least back to this $12.30, if not all the way up to this EMA 100. But if we actually do start breaking down, then to me, that'll be a really bad sign. We can see here, there's not really many times we've broken this range here. $10 is a big level for Rivian. We can see, each time that it's basically held it, it's held, up until this one time, which led to a massive move down directly all the way down to $8 range. And so when I see something like this, especially this low holding before we broke out, we are at a massive level now. And so we actually start losing it, then to me, the bounce scenario is over, and we actually have to start looking for this. And then we'll have to really, really be on defense mode if we actually break this low. Because as represented on this quarterly now, this was a really bad quarterly close that we had on Rivian. Very, very ugly, nasty reversal candle. And so ideally, if we start coming back down and testing this $8 zone, you have to start looking at this. If you're bullish, we're backfilling this wick. Bears are going to be looking at this as just a lower low brewing on the quarterly. Steady downtrend on Rivian. This was the lower low. Is this the higher low? Definitely looks like it. And then if that's the case, then you have to assume over time, the next few months, Rivian will make its way down to break basically the low at $8.26. But until then, we still are holding this zone, this $10 zone. We're really close to it. And to me, that is the first point that we need to really start watching for at least a bounce. We're kind of getting that now, a very weak bounce, but it's still a bounce, 1.29%. My question is, do we at least reclaim lower time frame levels? Even the 4-hour EMA 9 would be a welcoming sign to reclaim at basically $11.02, or do we keep rejecting it? The reason I mentioned lower time frames, I don't recommend new people trade lower time frames, but if you are an experienced trader and you are trying to take a position here or look, be mindful of the lower time frames, like a 4-hour. We can see just like the daily, 4-hour 9's basically been holding price down. If we get a bounce from this zone, start reclaiming this 9, we have to look at the 21 to 34. 34 is perfectly almost lined up with this meme line. We start reclaiming $12.30 on a 4-hour closure. That gives us another move up to $13.15. To me, if we start getting back above this level, this will really start looking like a nice bottom. And that's why, lower time frames then bleed into the higher time frames, giving us at least more momentum and more an edge when we're day trading. And then, we actually start reclaiming levels on the 4-hour. It gives us at least a higher probability of the 9 reclaiming. To me, if the 9 starts getting reclaimed, this will then start looking a lot better. The 9 reclaiming it will be the first sign of at least some bullish structure forming. And then ideally, we break this high here at $11.85, giving us a nice move to this $12.30. Any daily closure above there for me will be the second really good sign. And then the last good sign for me will be if it actually can start reclaiming these major moving averages, which is the daily SMA 200 and the daily EMA 100, getting back above there. So call it any daily closure back above $13.74. For me, then we'll confirm that this was the bottom. But until then, we're just more on watching. We're cautiously bullish now since we did hit this extremes. You just want some consolidation, reset this BBWP for potentially a move out of here. Right now, the wise thing would just be to wait and, let price do this, let it chop around. Consolidation above this meme line, just like here, led to a nice move up. So to me, this will just let the moving averages move down, and then we essentially can reset BBWP and then spring out of here, just very much like what we saw here. You know, and then ideally that'll bleed into the weekly, making its way to the 9, and then I would expect the 9 on the weekly to actually reject the first time. You know, I think let's check this weekly. You know, especially when we basically lose it and then we fall down. Usually we get big squeezes up. You usually reject the 9, and that's kind of where we can either form a higher low on like a daily, or break down fully and break the low that we basically formed whenever that is that brought us to the weekly EMA 9. So watch very closely, be very cautious. You know, the only reason I'm more talking about potentially a bounce is because we're at a pretty big level on Rivian now. We've come down. We've literally just been dumping only. You know, we do see that the silver crosses on the daily and the 2-day are still very valid, and that's why I'm watching the 9 first. That's why that's very important for us, because we know that the first point of rejection on a silver cross to the downside would be the 9. Reclaiming that, then we look at the 21. And when we especially see a cluster like this, getting back above that $13.70 zone would really start looking good. And then we have to start eyeing higher levels. So for me, watch this scenario. This would be best case scenario, though. And then any rallies to the 9, we really have to watch closely, because if we actually start reclaiming that, okay, cool. Now we actually can start forming an argument on maybe this was kind of local bottom, or, you know, or a bottom. Until that happens, though, still in no man's land. The only hopium here is we did go to the $10 zone that we talked about, you know, like a week ago. That did finally happen, and that was a good trade. That was like a 20-something% dump. So, you know, now we're just waiting, and yeah, we're just waiting. If we actually deviate that $10 zone, it plays into what you mentioned, which is, yeah, car companies just keep looking fucky, and Tesla is kind of playing into that thesis today with deliveries totally not beating expectations, under delivering. So
yeah, and I think their margins are also going to be cooked all around, because they're giving out like insane offers. Like we just got a Rivian, an RS1 for nothing. Like it's for $100,000 cars, you pay a month under $900. Can you fucking explain me that? Like, how is that even possible? So, you know, they're losing quite a lot of money, all of them together, and their deliveries are not looking better. Like you said, Tesla missed by 1,000 cars, which is not that big of a deal when you're talking about 400,000 something cars in their quarter. But when you talk about Rivian, they're basically staying within the same amount of cars sold from last month. They're not growing, and if they're not growing and they're having the same type of margins, basically getting cut off based on what they're giving out as incentives, then that tells me they're going to suffer a little bit longer. So it's just a matter of like holding. And I'll say this, I'm a big, I love this Rivian chart, not so much because of how it looks, but because I've been following it for so long that I feel like I understand a little bit of what price does, and things that we always say, this is never going to do it again. It does it over and over again. So right now, to me, what Rivian will most likely do, just based on past trends, and I'm not betting on it because they might change it on me, but it's going to pretend to put a new low here. It's going to start doing exactly what you're saying, like right to here or somewhere around this area, just like you're saying. And from there, after everyone thinks this is great, it's going to do this, and it's going to go find a new bottom.
Wouldn't surprise me. It really would not.
Yeah, that's personally what I think is going to happen. And this is why I'm not playing towards the short side. And I'm not also playing the bounce, because it's never just gone like this. Never. It always plays with your emotions. Like even here, it went down like this to $10, and then it went up to $13.66. You know what I mean? 100%. So then it dropped to fucking $8, and then it went up to what? $12.43 before it fucking skyrocketed to the $18 that it did. So we need a little bounce right here, which also coincides with this line. I don't see why we can't get like around the 1280s and then go find the new low. But I'm not playing this scenario because this is just me predicting what it's going to do based on past scenarios. And I'm not going to do that. I'm just going to base it on whatever the results of the company is. And when I think they're going to find their bottom. And also the other thing is no one, and when I say no one, I mean no one on X is writing anything negative about Rivian, about their stock price.
That's true,
And
though. Really, no one actually. I've not seen anything negative about Rivian ever.
no one, and people aren't even freaking out. And when people are not freaking out and like talking shit about like the price being way too down and why is the price so low, that means the price has way more downside before those people come out again and start crying. So that's
Yeah.
why.
Yeah, and so like, you know, a bounce scenario here would make sense. Can go down only if it doesn't, though. Really weak. But again,
Yeah.
nice confluence with your level because that that weekly 9. My apologies, is right at that $12.55. First big zone we'd expect to reject, in my opinion, is that 9. We haven't really hit it in a while. That'd be the first big spot, which is perfectly lining up with that kind of diagonal at this point, assuming it doesn't move down. On next closure, we actually get a move up this week, so it is nice though to see the follow through. It was a big level we talked about on stream when Rivian was in that $13 zone. We were talking about the short at $13.70. It making a move all the way to $10 for a stock is pretty big. So now it's just the wait and see. Nothing's bullish on Rivian other than the level we hit now. There's really nothing bullish in the 3-day. It was the 2-day silver cross kind of shows that nicely with it. It's still fresh. So yeah, I agree with you. That's why consolidation really would be the best thing, because if Rivian keeps springing up to rejection, those big moves up are never sustainable. When it just consolidates and kind of slowly grinds up, that's what bulls want to see. These big springs that just get everyone to FOMO in are traps usually.
I couldn't agree more. And I got the next one for you. ADBE. I think it's Adobe, but I'm not entirely sure.
ABDE.
ADBE.
Oh, okay. ADB. Yeah, it is. Okay.
Perfect. All righty. I'll do Rivian right now. Thank you. Vale, pues estamos viendo Rivian y quiero enseñarles varias cosas porque esta tabla me la sé de memoria. Me fascina, no tanto por la estructura ni por nada más, porque literalmente la he seguido por cuánto tiempo. Y vieron lo que pudimos hacer el año pasado, bueno, este año, con Rivian, agarrando esta zona deliciosa y vendiendo esta zona deliciosa. No nos fue nada mal a todos los que hicimos lo correcto. Y para todos los que sigan holdeando, pues bien, espero que sigan arriba en su posición en este tipo de situaciones. Rivian está cotizando en $10.55. Ahora, lo que están viendo es una gráfica de 2 días. Les quiero poner simplemente la diaria. No, les voy a poner la semanal para empezar. En la semanal les quiero enseñar esto. Rivian normalmente, cuando llegamos a niveles donde dices, güey, no hay manera de que baje más, se encarga de absolutamente bajar más después de subir. ¿Ok? Eso es algo bastante común en esta acción. Están viendo que a largo plazo venimos de esta tendencia bajista que empezó en julio del 2022 y solamente hemos tenido una ruptura a la alza que fue falsa, que fue acá, y eso fue donde vendimos, la zona en julio del 2024. Ahora, cuando nos acercamos más al gráfico, podemos ver varias cosas. Una, tienes esta formación, esto que te hizo el hombro, cabeza, hombros y esta subida. Esto está creando un alto más bajo que este, te metió dentro de la misma diagonal bajista y ahora estás acá donde tuviste esta vela que se ve topelona, pero no es tanto una señal de tope en esta temporalidad y empezaste a caer. El movimiento más sucio, y recuerda, el mercado quiere ir en contra tuya. El movimiento nunca quiere que ganes dinero. Es como cuando entras al casino. No, el casino no quiere regalarte dinero. El casino quiere llevarse tu dinero. Ese es su negocio. Es lo mismo acá. Esto lo que está haciendo es dándote falsas esperanzas. ¿De qué? En mi opinión. Ahora, no, que quede claro, yo no estoy jugando esta movida. Por más que ya la haya visto jugar y la he visto en persona, no voy a jugar ni para arriba ni para abajo ahorita. Va a haber un momento donde me meta, donde yo piense una vez más que voy a cachar un fondo con un buen margen a la alza. Eso es donde yo voy a entrar. Ustedes tómenlo por lo que es y cada uno tiene sus propias habilidades, así que suerte. Pero normalmente esta jugada de Rivian es para absolutamente violar a todo el mundo. ¿Por qué? Tienes este bajo, bajo, un bajo más alto. Nunca rompimos este bajo. creaste un bajo más alto acá. Entonces la gente lo que va a empezar a hacer es decir, estructura alcista, carnal. Esto lo podemos poner así y ahora el precio va a rebotar acá y se va a ir para arriba y va a seguir y dar continuación a esto. Eso, en mi opinión, esto es una trampa. ¿Por qué? Porque todavía, quiero que piensen en esto, mi mujer compró se compró una nueva Rivian. Un coche de $100,000. $100,000. Mensualmente tenemos que pagar menos de $1,000 por un coche de 100,000. Los márgenes están completamente destruidos y lo están escondiendo a través de incentivos en el nombre de intereses. No te puede dar Rivian un mejor interés que el Banco Central de Estados Unidos porque no le prestan a Rivian en mejores términos. Lo que están haciendo es descontando sus productos, igualito que Tesla. Por lo que, si vemos que Tesla falló en ventas por 1,000 unidades, por más que sean 400, no estoy diciendo que sean 430,000, de acuerdo, pero es por ahí. Si falló por 1,000, no está nada mal, pero lo que tienen que entender es que Tesla no está haciendo dinero ahorita. Comparado con lo que hacían antes, sus márgenes se han reducido brutalmente y la de todos los demás coches también. Lo que pasa es que Tesla tiene los márgenes más chonchos de todos los fabricadores de coches. Pero están literalmente matando sus márgenes con este tipo de descuentos en todos lados. Entonces, sencillamente, y quiero poner esto enfrente de todos, vamos a empezar con la trimestral, ¿ok? Porque la trimestral nos tiene una sorpresa acá fea. Y eso es, venimos de esta caída, tal cual lo habíamos pintado antes, pum, 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 pum. Y ahora, ¿qué es lo que tienes? La vela trimestral pasada cerró en esto. Esta es una vela de tope. Lo que cancelaría esta vela de tope en la trimestral y lo que va a cambiar tendencia es un cierre arriba de 18.83. No, de 18.90. Ponle $19. No hay nada en este momento, nada positivo que pueda hacer Rivian, que pueda empujar el precio a esos puntos. No lo hay, no lo hay. Otra cosa que tengo yo que estoy considerando es, nadie en Twitter o en X se está quejando del precio de Rivian en este momento, por más bajo que esté. Cuando veo que la gente no se está quejando del precio de algo, es porque todavía tiene más downside. Pero el precio no va a llegar de la nada hasta el piso. Tiene que pasar por todos los movimientos que va a hacer. Tienes esta vela también un poco topelona. Vas para abajo, vas para abajo, vas para abajo. Eventualmente tienes que poner una vela verde en el asunto, ¿no? Y puede que llegue ahorita y puede que no, pero no simplemente. La jugada más fácil sería esta. Pum, subió y ahora cayó. Eso sería demasiado fácil, porque sabemos que va a caer. Sabemos que la tendencia a mediano plazo, y a mediano me refiero a 6 meses, es que el negocio de Rivian no le vaya bien. Y eso quiere decir que tiene más downside, hay más lugar para correr para abajo. Ahora, les pongo los promedios. Tienes el promedio del 9 justamente con esta línea de los 13.33. Personalmente creo que el precio de Rivian puede jugar esto así, 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 y venir por ahí de los 13.33 y de ahí ir a buscar su nuevo mínimo. Eso es lo primero que quiero decir y es el primer lugar donde estoy buscando confluencia, que es el promedio de las 9 en la mensual, en los 13.22. Voy en un gráfico de 2 semanas para también ver esto. En el gráfico de semanas podemos ver que tenemos el 12.78, que también coincide brutalmente con mi línea que viene para abajo, o sea, literalmente la ha copiado el promedio de las 9. Y tienes el promedio de las 21 en el 13.97, que en este cierre, en 2 días y 5 horas, para las 2 semanas, van a bajar más los promedios. Y este promedio probablemente se va a encontrar con esta zona de los 13.32, lo que nos hace pensar que probablemente el precio vaya a buscar esa zona. Vamos en la semanal. En la semanal los promedios están abajo de eso. Están el del 9 en 12.56 y el otro está en 13.01, que está muy cerca de los 13.31. Esta es una zona de interés potente para el precio en muchas temporalidades. Lo que me sigue diciendo que va a intentar mantener este bajo. Si rompe este bajo, yo me prepararía a buscar literalmente ya el nuevo mínimo directo. Pero hasta que no rompa este bajo en los 13.29, yo creo que Rivian va a subir para hacer que todo el mundo crea, este es el fondo, va a ir a tocar por ahí de los 13.35. Y de nuevo, me preguntan, ¿por qué no estás jugando un long, güey? Si aquí hay un 30%, si es cierto lo que dices. Porque estos son movimientos pasados que he visto. No voy a jugarle a adivinar. Lo que voy a jugar a adivinar y que me voy a atrever a adivinar, y eso es algo que nadie debería de hacer, que muy pocos tontos deberíamos de hacer, es lo siguiente. Lo que me voy a jugar a adivinar es esto. Cuando yo piense que la política monetaria, la expansión monetaria de Estados Unidos, del resto del mundo, va a soportar y apoyar que los coches empiecen a vender como locos, ahí es donde voy a entrar. Porque si Rivian está en ese punto, en $10, en $8, en $12, el momento en que lo apoye la política monetaria y que ya no haya más alentamiento de ventas en ese punto, vamos a estar adelante los demás. Tal vez no compremos el piso como lo hicimos al principio, que empezamos a comprar más arriba y nos empezamos a ajustar nuestra posición para poder llegar y promediar el fondo. Yo creo que lo podemos hacer mejor esta vez, personalmente, de aprender de la última que estuvo tan cerca, lo podemos todavía perfeccionar más. Eso es la única manera en la que yo voy a correr ahí. ¿Por qué? Porque el precio va a trepar hasta los $20, $25, sin problema alguno desde ese lugar. Entonces yo voy a buscar el movimiento más grande para dejar mi dinero ahí metido y me voy a ir con él. Pero ahorita no voy a jugarle a adivinar estos movimientos, porque por más que sean un poco obvios, lo que me está llevando a esta deducción, a este análisis, es el pasado. La tabla tal cual sí me dice que es alcista. El pasado me dice que esto debería de colapsar. No voy a jugar nada de eso hasta que pase lo que yo piense que va a pasar. Ahora los quiero llevar a la diaria. En la diaria podemos ver acá también cómo tienes todas estas relaciones. Perdón. Siempre hago lo mismo. En la diaria puedes ver cómo tenemos todas estas relaciones acá. Tienes el promedio de la 100 justamente en la línea amarilla, que es la de los 13.30, exactamente, 13.30. Y el promedio de la 100 está en 13.23. El promedio de las 200 está en 13.57. Aquí es donde vamos a empezar a encontrar donde el precio vaya a ser atraído antes de la siguiente caída. Vienes con el 9 bajo el 21, que pasó esto hace bastante, no han cruzado hace bastante. El 55 acaba de cruzar bajo el 100. Tiene demasiada debilidad el precio, pero de nuevo, un rebote no me caería mal y de ahí para abajo. Por lo que quieren entrar a Rivian, esperamos acá un movimiento a la alza. Este movimiento puede pararse a los 12.16 o hasta los 13.30, ya veremos, y de ahí poder continuar su progresión a donde tiene que ir. Y esto no va a pasar muy rápido, así que no crean que la próxima semana vamos a estar hablando de ¡ya llegamos! Tal vez sí, pero no lo creo. Ahí lo tienen, eso es Rivian, damas y caballeros. Vamos con Coinbase. You're muted, sir.
Just noticed. All right, so Coinbase on the quarterly, we just got a quarterly close. I want to say like 2 days ago, and we held a 9 EMA on the initial quarterly close, but now we're losing it right now, and this is not looking very pretty at all. If we lose this 9 EMA, we don't have a lot of data right now on the HPDR to populate, but usually we would come down to the median, and the median is currently sitting at $61.90, which would be a very, very nice dump from here. That would be like 60 or 61, 62% from here. That would coincide very likely with Bitcoin dropping below 40K if that happens. Because usually Coinbase is one of those leading indicators. When Coinbase breaks out first and it breaks down first. It almost always does that. And right now our HPDR momentum is flipping down while volatility is flipping down. So that is kind of a little bit a piece of opium that the volatility is not taking up while momentum is flipping down. So that gives us more opium that this 9 EMA might hold, but that's just opium for now. When you go to the monthly got this, I guess you could call it a doji, not really. It held the 21, just like the quarterly where we're trying to hold the 9, we're at the same place with the 21 on the monthly. Where if we lose this monthly 21 EMA, we're very likely going to come down to the 61.8%. And right now that is just under $120. And our HPDR momentum is flipping sharply towards the downside. Well, on the monthly, the volatility is flipping up to support that move towards the downside, which is not exactly bullish, to put it lightly, not bullish.
Mhm.
But if we look at the weekly last week, we ended up basing off of this 100 EMA after we reclaimed it. We got to move up to the median, and we kind of rejected the median, and the median moved up. And now we're getting a move back down to test this 100 again. This is the last piece of hopium that I can find for the bulls, that if this 100 EMA does hold, it's going to confirm this as a flip from a resistance into support. We can make our next higher low here, and then try again for this top 38.2%, which is currently at $227. But we have to wait until this weekly close and see if this 100 EMA holds. Our momentum on the HPDR is flipping down, and it's projecting to getting into the positive territory and flipping back down into negative, while volatility is flipping up. And we see the jewels over here below this gray line within the bearish control zone. This is the area where we would want to see it flip up, because if we don't see it flip up, it's going to continue down towards the downside, and it's going to aspirate and move towards the downside. Last time we touched this area was right here. Is our vertical line. Right around October of 2023 is the last time that we entered the bearish control zone for Coinbase. And you guys remember what happened in October of 2023? Here's the price.
We just talked about it.
It went literally up only from there. After we switched to a bullish signal on the jewel in the bearish control zone, we went up before any pullback 160%. And then we got a little bit of a pullback. Let's see how much of a pullback this was. 37%. This is a crypto stock, so 37% moves to the downside are not unheard of. Yep. And then from there, we got another move up of 141%. So we are getting a very similar signal as we did back then, where we were entering the bearish control zone. But right now, we are well into it. Before, we just kind of tapped it and flipped back up. Right now, we have not done that. We are solidly within it. So we need to see within the next couple of weekly closes, this jewel start to flip back around on the white neutral posturing, and then back up towards the cyan light blue. If we don't get that, this is probably not going to happen, and we're probably going to go significantly lower before we ever get that hopium of the jewel turning back around. And it'll probably be within the critical zone right here at that point, if it does happen. When's the last time that Coinbase entered the critical zone? Right here. Let's put a line right there. That's where we entered the critical zone. What happened with price? This time we actually enter the critical zone on the bottom. So that is giving us a little bit of hopium that if we do enter the critical zone, and it was around, what HPDR level was it at? At the 78.6%. So right now the 78.6% sits at $143. If we do hit that area though, we would break this low. I would want to see it on a wick. I would want to see it like wick below here and then quickly reclaim and close well above to keep that hopium alive, because if we don't, then this structure is broken, and then we have a fresh downtrend to the downside, and then we're probably going to break a little bit lower down towards that $120 area, possibly because we have a wick here a little bit lower to take liquidity there right around $100.
What if he just front runs it and doesn't really touch it? Because like the minimum, the other low is not that far off. It's 146.37. What if it remains at 147?
Then it's not going to be as good. I want to see it take the liquidity below, because whenever it takes liquidity below and then it closes above, that's what you would call a swing failure pattern, where it took out all the stop losses and the liquidations at this point. It took that liquidity and then ended up closing above, which is one of those predatory moves that crypto and crypto stocks love to do. So if we were to see that and then we close above that previous close, I would see that as a bullish signal, and I would say that the pressure is back onto the upside. But as of right now, we're just waiting for confirmation, and we're sitting well within the bearish control zone. So we have to assume that the control is with the bears at the moment. And if you switch to the 5-day candle is extremely ugly. We went all the way up, we tested the median, and we got a sharp rejection from the median, and then we got to push back down real hard. And right now, we're very close to a bearish engulfing on the 5-day as well. Any close below 163.81, and we're going to have a bearish engulfing on the 5-day. Then we very likely break these lows at 146.12, and we're probably going to go somewhere around 130 to maybe 120. We're waiting for this confirmation, and that would also be a loss of the 100 EMA, because 100 has been support for this entire time. We got a bounce here, we got a bounce here. Over here, when we reclaimed the 100, we ended up retesting it, and then we got a very aggressive move towards the upside. So the 100 EMA is a very significant moving average for Coinbase. And if we lose it, then we're probably going to get a very severe dump towards the downside. Let's check the RSI.
I'll say while that populates, we were saying the markets are going to open red and go towards close towards green, and it's starting to look like that's going to be the case. Let's hope. Let's keep the hopium alive, boys.
You just jinxed it, Alejandro.
No, because then I would have jinxed it this morning.
No, I'm just kidding. Yeah, no, it is looking good, and bulls are trying to get a good close on Bitcoin right now. So we'll see.
Mm-hmm.
All right, so the only divergence I'm really seeing is on the daily for Coinbase, where when we had this move towards the upside right here at $191, we confirmed some nice hidden bearish divergence between this point, where price was at $211 and $191, but the RSI went significantly higher. So whenever the RSI goes higher than the previous high, but the price didn't go higher, that gives you hidden bearish divergence, which is also a continuation divergence. That's a technical name. It's a continuation divergence because it's a continuation of trend. As you see, this is a downtrend. So the continuation divergence is telling you that the trend is very likely to continue in the same way it was going before, which was a downtrend. And since we have that, we have hit the easy target, which we hit the 21 EMA, and we've hit the moving average and the neutral zone on the RSI. So here's the area where we would expect bulls to step in, and we want to see them reclaim the 21 EMA. If they do, then we can confirm our next higher low, and then we can continue back towards trying to reverse the trend. But if we don't hold this area, we're very likely going to come down towards the bearish control zone. And that number right now sits at $141. Does that number ring any bells to anybody?
$141?
That was the 78.6% level on the HBD.
Oh, yeah. Fuck.
So as of right now, we're getting two different setups giving us that $140 range, especially because we have an RSI hidden bearish divergence on here as well. So it's on a knife's edge right now. It's one of those things where it's more likely to break towards the downside unless bulls step in within this next week or two and they reverse it and take us back over this 21 EMA and take us back over our critical levels. Then we can say the hidden bearish divergence is played out. We have our next higher low, and we can continue back towards the upside with Bitcoin. But until then, we would have to assume that it's more bearish than not. Let's check our momentum chart, and we'll hold it off. All right, so monthly momentum is very sharply down towards the downside as long as price is below $225, and it's rejecting the critical zone right now. So it's broken well below the critical zone, and it's right around the edge of the bullish control zone. Here's the area where if it is bullish, we would want to see it momentum flip back up, but we need a move up of around $60 to get momentum to flip back up. So we need a very, very significant pump from here to get our momentum back towards the upside on the monthly. As of right now, our monthly momentum is pointing very sharply towards the downside, which would give us more of a confluence that we're probably going to end up losing this 21 EMA and probably retesting this consolidation zone somewhere around right around $100. That psychological $100 level. Ignore these. This is some shit that I drew in 2023, back when Coinbase was dropping, and got to pat myself on the back. It worked out pretty well. Buy right here, sell right here. Not financial advice though. On the weekly, we're entering very strongly within the bearish control zone. We're about to enter the critical zone, and the pivot has gone down a little bit. Now the pivot is $181.91. If we get any type of close above here, weekly momentum will shift towards the upside. And the last time that we flipped up from this area was right around here in October of 2023. The price went from around $70 all the way up to $280 something. We're getting that similar setup, but the difference is though that last time we were here, volatility was at the extreme lows. So we had enough juice and volatility to push us back up to those prices. Right now, volatility is sitting at the middle zone. So sure, we if this does happen and this flip up, we will get a pretty significant move towards the upside, but it's not going to be the level that we saw last time where we went up 300%. It's very likely not going to be that because we don't have that on volatility right now. We want to see as volatility go down a little bit while price consolidates, and then this flips up, and then we can see that type of move. But even then, like I don't think it's going to happen because price was at $70 at that point, and you tend to have diminishing returns whenever the price keeps going up. What a more logical number for me would be is, let's draw this. Somewhere around $368. That seems like a very hopium number right now, but you have to remember we did 300% off of these previous lows whenever weekly momentum shifted up. So $300, $368 from here would be about like a 100% move, about 1/3 of what we had last time. So it's not very unreasonable. So we just have to get this momentum to shift back up. If we don't close above it on this weekly close, we're going to enter within the critical zone, and then this number is very likely going to come down because just as the opposite. Whenever price momentum enters the bullish critical zone, it becomes that much harder for the bulls to keep momentum up. Whenever it enters the bearish critical zone, it becomes that much harder for the bears to keep momentum down. They have to keep dumping it on a weekly basis to keep that momentum down. And once it becomes in this area, it takes very little work for the bulls to shift price back up, and then the bears lose control, at least for the short term. If they were to lose control in this area, I would be looking at my next zone is somewhere around the middle zone, right around the 50 area, for where this stochastic pivot to turn up. And then from there, it's going to be the odds are going to shift in the bear side to be easier for them to flip it back down. And as you see right here, the 21 is very close to dropping below the 55. As long as we're below this 55 EMA, which is right now at $177, $178, this is going to continue towards the downside, and we're going to get a confirmed silver cross towards the downside on the weekly. Last time we had a silver cross towards the downside on the weekly was never. We've never had it. Because we don't have enough data right now.
Enough data.
The 55 EMA only started populating right around, what is this, April of 2022, when we were already well within the bear market. So we have nothing to really compare it to at this moment if we were to get this silver cross towards the downside. The hopium for the bulls is that we quickly reclaim this 55 EMA at $178, and we don't get that silver cross towards the downside because we don't want to see what happens if we do. On the 5-day right now, same, very similar pivot. It's at $187.90, and it's entering well into the bearish critical zone. And we're rejecting all of our major EMAs, the 55, the 9, and the 21. And we're putting in a very toppy-looking shooting star candle as well. And it's a bearish engulfing too. If we close anywhere below 163.81, this is going to be a bearish engulfing on the 5-day. Very likely we come back down to this $100 area. Very, very likely.
Yeah, I got 117.
The 3-day right now is a little bit different because the 3-day is flipping up from the critical zone. The pivot is currently $154.12. But as you see right now on the 3-day, we got a fresh cross of the 21 below the 55, and we're rejecting it perfectly. So do we have some?
Do you have a reference on that one on the 3-day?
I'm sorry?
Do you have a reference on the 3-day doing that silver cross towards the downside? Is there enough data or not really?
Yeah.
Have we seen it before? Let's see.
Yep. Last time we had a silver cross towards the downside on the 3-day was in January of 2022.
Ooh.
And the price was at that point right around $260 range. Do you guys remember what the price of Bitcoin was in January of 2022?
Yeah, it was like
40s, high 40s.
47. Yeah.
And in the next 5 months, it went from 47, 48 down to $25,000.
Well, it really went down to like $14,000 or $15,000, no?
Yeah, that was on the move after that, FTX.
Got it.
So the one that I'm considering right now is the Luna Dome, where we went from 47, 48 down to 25 in 5 months. We tried to consolidate a little bit. We bounced back up. I believe we went to like high 30s, maybe 40,000, if you can correct me if I'm wrong. And then from there, the FTX dump happened, and we went down below $16,000.
Yeah, sounds about right.
But right now, as of right now, as long as we're rejecting this 21 and the 55, we do have to assume that it's bearish. Because whenever the 21 crosses up to 55, it tells you that the price is in an uptrend. When it crosses below the 55, it tells you that we're in a downtrend. And then whenever we retest the cross and we reject it, and we get a sharp rejection from here, not only do we get a rejection from the silver cross, we have a bearish engulfing right here as well, because we went above this previous candle and we closed below the lows. We have a bearish engulfing on the 3-day, and we can't even make it up to this 9 right now. If we do make it up to this 9 EMA statistically, that would be a lower high, and we would be looking for that as an entry for around 172, 173, down towards this 200 SMA, which is currently at 114, 110, right around that low $100 number that we've been looking at for the past couple of minutes. On the 2-day, we have a silver cross as well towards the downside. In August of 2024, we tested this 21 EMA, got a rejection, and now we're moving down, and we're moving below the 9. And our momentum currently is towards the upside on the 2-day. We're going to be up as long as price is above $160. What we want to see, though, is on this 2-day close in 4 hours and 18 minutes, we want to see it close above this 9 EMA, which is right around $171, $172. That'll keep the hopium alive for the bulls to keep momentum up, so that we can try to break this silver cross right at, let's say $200 to be safe. That's around 198. Let's say 200. If we do get a close above that 9 EMA, we're going to get another chance to test that area. If we do close above this area, though, that increases our probabilities of coming back up to test this $260 area. So there is some hopium there right now because our momentum is pointed up. But hopium for the bears is that we have silver crosses towards the downside on 2-day and 3-day, and we're rejecting them as of this moment. On the daily, is telling us a completely different story, where daily is flipping down from the critical zone for the bullish side, and momentum is going to stay down as long as prices are below about $184. And we have a silver cross to the downside on the daily, and we went up exactly to test the 55 EMA, rejected it, and we're getting a sharp move down, and we closed below 21. So Coinbase is not looking nearly as strong to me as Bitcoin. Even Bitcoin is not looking that strong, but Coinbase is just looking absolutely atrocious in my opinion.
Yeah, it's kind of making me want to go and look at our long, and perhaps where was it? 1 second. Where these averages like all get together. 1 second. Maybe it's the daily. Yeah, like around the 62,300 area or around 62,100. Like get rid of the, like close it out, because I feel like just looking at Coinbase kind of make me feel like that does look pretty grim.
Yeah, it doesn't look good at all.
Yeah, and take some profits.
Coinbase has been pretty, like that's something we've been talking about. Like it's sold down way more harder than Bitcoin did, even on that dump, and it just like ETH did as well. And I just wonder if that's because maybe Coinbase is just more like it's just more of the higher beta.
There also was a bit of bad news with Coinbase very recently, where Coinbase was getting a whole bunch of allegations that whenever the ETFs are buying their coins, they're getting IOUs and they're getting fake Bitcoins. So Coinbase has been coming under very hard pressure from there. And BlackRock has been hitting them up talking about, yo, what's up with these IOUs? Are you selling us paper Bitcoins? So BlackRock and I believe Fidelity and all the major ETFs went back to their agreement with Coinbase, and they switched it from a 28-day settlement to around, I believe, a 24-hour settlement.
Yeah, but it's changed. It's swapped. Like the bad news is behind us now. I just feel like if you're looking at Coinbase as a leading indicator and it's telling you like, well, fuck.
It's not looking good, bros.
Yeah, perhaps around that 62 area, get rid of our position right now and just recalibrate. Because I do feel like we can see 59, 58. Like I do think that's very easy.
That's my APR level, right around 59.8.
Yeah. So I think it's just going to be a matter of like, what are we going to consider our level to like close the position? Will it be the 21 right here at 62,300 or on the daily? Or let's check out like the 3-day was interesting. 3-day 62,185 with the 9. You see, so there's like a little confluence right there on these areas where we might just want to unload that. And
as much as I hate money, it'd be nice to close it in profit and not get fucked.
Yeah, I'm a big fan of that. I agree.
Because then we'll be at a Diddy party.
And no baby oil, not enough, because Diddy
no
bought it all.
No lube at all.
No, he bought it all. That motherfucker.
Yeah.
All right.
For me, I mean, it's just hard to say because that's why I think today we just want to see a big green candle. Because if we do reclaim the level, then to me, not much has changed. But as long as we are, under the daily EMA 100 on a closing basis, to me, the trade already got almost like basically invalidated yesterday. But at this point now, I'd rather potentially see how the daily is, assuming we keep the momentum. Because the 4 hour, it's easily could go to the 9 on the 4 hour, which is right around the level you're talking about. We haven't tested that in a while. This is going to be a strong 4 hour close. So ideally, we want 61,300 right around our entry to hold now support. For maybe a move to 62,900, but that's why I would like to see a big move. I feel like a lot of shorts kind of stacked in yesterday. And so if bulls are really going to kind of flex, it'd be today after all the longs just cut and after everyone scaled in massive shorts yesterday, thinking that it's the easy trade. To me, that's a recipe for an easy multi-$1,000 candle, which is kind of what I want. If not, and we reject the daily EMA 100, I'm back to being bearish, and that's kind of the just fine line for me.
Yeah.
Then we'll start making sense on why Coinbase still looks like death.
And I personally don't like the copy trade. I think copy trading is one of the worst things that you can possibly do. But all of the guys who are on the top of the Binance leaderboard right now went balls deep long yesterday. Like this guy, Eugene, who is number 2 currently on the Binance leaderboard.
Yeah.
He put in almost a $40 million long yesterday.
God fucking damn it. I need to get more money.
Imagine the heavy balls you got to have to put $40 million on leverage in this market right now.
Well, but also imagine how much money that dude has.
Yeah, exactly. To just be able to trade with 40 million. But what leverage was that even?
He's at 3x. So it's about just a little over $100 million position size.
That's fucking disgusting.
But that's
fucking disgusting.
This dude is probably connected to some exchange or something because his wallet is entirely public. So you can see he started out with $20,000 and he turned it into 9 figures.
I'm just gonna copy his account then.
In about 3 years. But the crazy thing that he does that most people, when they try to copy trade him, they get absolutely fucked, is that he enters very, very large size, and then when it gets near like a big dump, he doubles down on his size.
Oh yeah, I mean that's what that's when I do stocks the best is I'll enter with like a chunky nice size, right? So that if I make 10%, I'm gonna be happy with that first in. If the price dumps another X%, I will go in with an even larger piece to throw in there.
That's called the martingale strategy. It's like a very old gambling strategy.
Yeah, and then the third one, that's my limit. But I only do this in things that I know eventually will go up, like Tesla, Coinbase, like natural gas. When you're talking to everyone and it's just like punished as fuck, I'm not entering like a random company like this because if they fucking just keep going down, it's gonna like imagine doing that on Fisker when it started. You know what I mean?
Goodbye all your money.
Yeah.
Henrik is going to buy a new mansion with that money.
He is. And let me show you just real quick this on Coinbase. Interesting because this was already there. And there you go. It's breaking it to the upside right now. It's looking good. Come on, Coinbase. You know you want to go to the 170.
It does a nice 4 hour across the board. For me, it'll be really nice if we don't reject the 4 hour 9. But if we can actually start reclaiming that.
The 8 is about to close as well.
Oh, is it? Let's see. Yeah, the 8's actually looking quite good. Nice reclaim of that EMA 100. Insane hammerhead right now. Perfect bounce off that SMA 200 if you use it on lower time frames. For me, it's 62.9, which lines up with the 4 hour EMA 100. It's going to be a big spot for if we get up there, big if. But if 4 hour starts reclaiming that EMA 100, then I do think we can easily, test closer to 63.2, if not all the way to 64K. But I'm hoping today we get a bigger move. I wish BBWP looked a little better on the daily. What we want is this to start bulls start taking back control, and then maybe we get the expansion to the upside. For making this a bear trap essentially, and that's kind of what we saw yesterday. Because I have a lot of big traders that follow me, And I talked to a lot of traders, and I know a lot of people that closed longs yesterday that had a lot of conviction, which makes sense. But to me, when you go on Bitcoin, you look at the weekly and you kind of see how it's developing. It kind of makes sense to me, especially after the trend has shifted. And when the weekly looks like that, it's not as concerning. The only iffy part about this is it just closes in a few days. So that's why today I'm all eyes on the daily. But when the daily looks like that, and we can kind of see the last 2 times we tested the 9, it just deviated on the weekly. To me, we want that 9 to hold. If it holds, then Bitcoin should go up. The weekly 9 was a big spot in the bull market when we just literally went up only. We want that to get reclaimed. That'll be my second point of, okay, now I'm even more bullish. If it starts reclaiming and holding that, because that'll mean then the EMA 100s reclaim on the daily, and then the monthly is holding the 9, and to me, then I'm looking at 69K. So we will see.
There's a piece of bearish news that just came out. I don't know if you guys saw it, but the FTX estate is planning to sell a bunch of shitcoins this week.
Oh, really? Wait, so do they hold shitcoins and they're selling it?
Yeah, because they have to repay back their creditors. So they've announced right now that they're about to sell $38 million of Sam Altman's WorldCoin.
Oh, watch out, everyone that's invested in WorldCoin. You have to be a complete total moron to purchase that thing. Like, who wanted that?
Yeah, literally.
They just funded Buddy's next McLaren F1.
They did. Well, his next Koenigsegg. He's buying those right now. Alrighty, let me show Coinbase, and then I had a fun one. MicroStrategy. I mean, you have Adobe, Alex, and we'll go into that, and then I have MicroStrategy.
MicroStrategy. There is no second best.
There isn't.
Tiny hands, Michael Saylor. Don't ever look at his tiny hands because you'll never be able to not see it.
That's what everybody says about Trump.
Well, Michael Saylor's hands are extremely small. Like, it's really weird because in a suit, it looks like he's a robot or 2 children, and the hands like belong to a child. It's the most ridiculous thing I've ever seen. That it has to be a problem.
I'm actually surprised. MicroStrategy looks pretty fucking good.
All right, we'll analyze it right now. All righty, let me get to this. Vamos a platicar de Coinbase rapidísimo, damas y caballeros. Estos saben que es un proxy para Bitcoin, una de esas acciones que está completamente relacionada y que estamos siempre poniendo atención para ver si va adelante del movimiento o atrás del movimiento de Bitcoin. Vamos a empezar en temporalidades altas, vamos a empezar en la trimestral, donde podemos ver que estamos aquí creando algo feo. Estamos perdiendo el promedio de las 9, que está en 172. Coinbase está cotizando en 176 en este momento, pero para cerrar esta vela faltan 2 meses y 30 días, así que tranquilos. Esperemos que podamos levantar esto por acá, para que esto, el 281, no sea simplemente nuestro máximo en este momento. Y pueden ver que estamos en esta tendencia alcista que empezó en enero del 2023, y ahorita simplemente lo que podría hacer esto es una desviación, pero todavía no hay nada confirmado. Eso es en la de 3 meses. Cuando volteamos a ver la de 1 mes, acá se pone interesante la cosa, porque sí, estamos arriba del promedio del 21 en este momento, estamos rebotando en él junto al mismo tiempo en la línea de tendencia, y muy probablemente vayamos a buscar los 185.15, que es el promedio de las 9, para un rechazo o no. Depende. En este momento, esta vela mensual, que cierra 29 días, 5 horas, le falta bastante tiempo, no se ve mal. Vamos a ver cómo se desarrolla, no nos da vibra de absolutamente nada raro. Aquí en temporalidades más cortas es donde se empieza a poner todavía más fea la cosa, en nuestra humilde opinión, porque tienes el cruce del 9 abajo del 21, que es el azul, yéndose abajo el amarillo, y siendo rechazados por el 9, y eso llevando el precio para abajo. El 9 en esto está en 183.64, que también coincide con el área en la mensual, me parece, para Coinbase. Pero acá mínimo nos estamos agarrando el promedio de la 100, que se encuentra en 166.09. En este momento Coinbase está en 167. Nos vamos a acercar un poco más y ponerlo en la de 3 días, y nos podemos dar cuenta acá que tenemos un cruce plateado a la baja en esta zona, justamente que ocurrió el 19 de septiembre. Tuvimos un rechazo del 55, el precio bajó, perdimos el 9, perdimos el 100 y estamos abajo de estos promedios en general. Y aparte estamos intentando regresar a la línea de tendencia, a esta diagonal que va para arriba, y tenemos confluencia entre el 9 y el 100 en esta zona de los 173. Lo que no me sorprendería es que el precio se moviera a esa zona también. Nos vamos a acercar un poco más y lo vamos a poner en la diaria. En la diaria también podemos ver en los 173 el 21 y el 9. El 9 está bajo el 21, lo que nos indica debilidad en el precio. Y el 55 está en los 180. ¿Qué es lo que queremos y qué es lo que estamos esperando de Coinbase? Porque estamos creando altos más bajos y bajos más bajos, aunque este es tu primer bajo más alto de este. Lo que creemos, si queremos ver que todo esto se vea bien con los indicadores de momentum de Farhan y volatilidad, es básicamente un flashazo abajo de los $146. Con que podamos no tener un cierre, pero tocar eso, absorber esa liquidez, eso sería el escenario más alcista en el que podríamos pensar. Pero por ahora es importante simplemente no perder estos niveles y ver cómo se da esto y cómo bajan estos promedios y dónde los vamos a retomar o no. Pero Coinbase en este momento no se ve nada bien. Tenemos que esperar a ver qué exactamente es el movimiento y de nuevo no nos sorprendería romper estos bajos, pero no en cierre, sino nada más en un flashazo, y de ahí podemos pensar en reestructura de todo esto. Por ahora se ve un poco jodido y es lo que nos lleva a que Bitcoin tal vez no se vaya a ver tan bien, pero vamos a ver cómo se desarrolla porque el mercado abrió en rojo y ahora está en verde, el VIX abrió en verde y ahora está en rojo, así que atención. Vale, vamos con Adobe. Un segundo, ¿dónde tengo Adobe? Sabino. Vale, pues, Alex, ready for you.
Nice. So yeah, we have Adobe here on the weekly. It's basically, in my opinion, hanging on to the edge right now. If Adobe starts breaking the low that it basically it formed this week, in my opinion, we're going to probably see this 485 to $483 probably tapped, in my opinion. We can see here that we are getting the reaction. It's pretty weak so far. So ideally, what bulls want is for this not to break this low here, and it still hasn't, and it's still getting supported by the EMA 100 on the weekly. But if it starts losing this, it has implications for this weekly closure being not the best, and then likelihood of this SMA 200 on the weekly. This will be the next spot, but it could put us in an EMA range where we then start rejecting the 100, bouncing off the 200, or it could line up with this losing the SMA 200. In that case, then I'll have to be looking for a full breakdown. And the reason I'm saying that and on the weekly is we see here BWPs at extremes on the weekly, and it's starting to churn up. It's not it hasn't confirmed the expansion yet because this isn't above 15%, but once it does, it will confirm it. And as it stands, it's Adobe on the weekly is not looking the best. We see here support's not holding it. It's now rejecting it. Just clinging on to the EMA 100. We see the 9s flipping the 21 on the weekly too, just signaling more weakness while still kind of bunching up here, which is signaling to me that the spot currently, and these will keep moving down in each closure, right around $531 is a pretty big spot of resistance. And that's pretty evident with this EMA 34 rejection. And so currently, we have to be mindful of that. This could start giving us a downside target of right in this $385, $370 zone. And I feel like that becomes more evident when we go to the monthly here. Let me do that real quick. Especially if this $485 zone, which lines up with the monthly EMA 34, kind of the last spot, in my opinion, before a bigger breakdown occurs that takes us to the EMA 100. On the monthly, this would be a massive spot. There hasn't been really a lot of times that Adobe has tested this. We see here when it did, it quickly got bought up and then got expansion up. The issue with this monthly is it just looks like it's, now kind of forming a downtrend structure. And that's why, if it does start breaking this $485, we then are in the middle and we'll start looking at this low. If it does break this low that was formed on May 1st, right at $433.97. Even on a week basis, to me, that this will basically be another lower low in this downtrend structure that's forming. And then, yeah, this will give us enough fuel, in my opinion, to reach this potentially EMA 100 on the monthly, right at $385. To me, this will be a big spot. As history has shown, there's not that many times that we've tested this, but each time that we have, even in this scenario here, led to a massive reaction. On this reclaim, if you just played the reclaim, this still gave you an easy 105% move from the reclaim at this point, which is pretty nice in my opinion, in stocks and for Adobe over time, of course, but it's not bad, and that's why we have to look at this point as an opportunity zone if we get to it. So yeah, just be mindful of the weekly, because if this starts breaking down, and we'll know if it is, if we get any weekly closure, in my opinion, under $485, then most likely BBWP will already be above 15%. And then, yeah, we'll have to start looking for that $480 range. If we go here, let me see the daily. Curious to see the daily. Let's see if it's silver crossed. Probably has. So yeah, we see the daily has silver crossed. And so what this daily is telling me with this 9 here is that this is pretty strong resistance. Currently on the daily at $516.22. Is my meme line, and the EMA 9 is at $516.80. So this area is going to be a big zone, and we can see the big jump from the 9 to the 21. So if the daily starts reclaiming this area zone, to me, then we'll have to start looking here at $530, which let's see how much of a move that is, just out of my curiosity. Almost 4%, which isn't bad at all. For me, it would make sense if this 9, because it's been basically holding price down since the major breakdown. We see it's just been grinding up on it. If it does reclaim it, that gives me a mean line deviation while also reclaiming the daily 9. So then I'll have to look at this 21 and possibly a wick to this 100, just because of how close they are together. But as it stands now with the silver cross, this 9 still should be resistance, and the 21 will be the second point of resistance of the silver cross if we do start reclaiming the 9. For me, overall, this chart's actually looking pretty weak, and it's surprising to see. I'm unsure why, and we can see this, SMA 200 is on the 2 days not holding. It's kind of like what I'm mentioning here on the, I think it was the weekly, where, the chart's kind of on life support right now. So, it'll be interesting. Luckily, this 2 days closing in 3 days, or 3 hours, my apologies. So we'll have to see if it does lose this SMA 200. Because to me, if we start losing this, then I'll have to start looking at that as a potential breakdown, signal for this chart, which could then lead into the weekly actually expanding up more. And we potentially might lose this on this weekly closure. Let me actually see the 2 day though. And the reason why, I'm more likely thinking that too is because, this 2 days setting up to silver cross. It's fully crossed the 21, but it's also crossing the 100. It's going to meet price here soon, and we can see this 21's heading down. So this is setting up for a silver cross, which is what we'd expect if the daily is already silver cross. So for me right now, yeah, bears have momentum here, and it could get pretty ugly, especially with even how daily BBWP is looking. It's very close to firing off. To me, I'd be very cautious of this. If we start losing this $484 zone, we're getting nice confluence, especially on the monthly, that this $385 is probably likely. We can just see that here. But let me just, out of curiosity, kind of see how the quarterly close. And I guess the opium here is that we are testing near the quarterly EMA 9. A point that can't be disregarded. To me, it's always interesting because when we start losing on the monthly, the 9, and then, we're even now losing the 21. Obviously, there's a lot of days left in this. It would make sense if there was a bounce, it would be around here because of where the weekly's at. And then if it does bounce, we still have to then look at the retest of this monthly 9, a big area of support through and through. And reclaiming it's always nice. It's more evident when it's more bull mode. But when we start reclaiming it and it holds like here, and then it holds every retest, it's often an opportunity. So that's a big point here, is closing under it. So if we get any bounces or rallies, and maybe we do start reclaiming $515.97 on like lower time frames, I'll still have to be looking at this monthly 9 as resistance and a potential short opportunity. But as it stands now, yeah, it's still looking like it wants to break down. And it seems like, yeah, if we do start losing this monthly 34, I'm going to start looking at this 100, which then at that closure will probably be more lined up with this mean line. So yeah, it is interesting to see the weekly giving a setup here, because there's not many times it has. We see the last time BBWP was at extremes and it expanded was right in this dump. So that is something to just be mindful of, especially when we are seeing the 9 about. Did it already, or is it about to? Let's see, cross the 21. Yeah, so it already crossed under the 21, just signaling that weakness in the weekly. And we try to, as traders, get any kind of data we can to kind of get a nudge, especially when we see a weekly setup with volatility telling us that this potentially could be firing off a setup. We'll know when it's above 15%, just like Rivian. So very interesting to see that on the weekly. Bigger move might be play with Adobe. I don't know why it's not looking it's more looking on the edge, but yeah, interesting to see that.
Yeah, for sure. That was excellent. Thank you, dude. And I got a good one for you. Nvidia.
Oh, nice. Okay, cool.
I don't know why, but it feels nice when you get like a cool chart. Like, I get to do this one, and then you get like a shit coin, and you're like, oh.
Yeah, no, literally.
I don't know why, but it does affect the situation. Ok, tenemos acá Adobe. Adobe en inglés es básicamente todas las estupideces en línea de Microsoft. Vale, pues, ¿qué es lo primero que vamos a ver en esta tabla? Tenemos nuestros puntos importantes. Adobe está cotizando en este momento en 508,48 centavos. Estamos en la vela mensual. Lo quiero llevar a la trimestral rápidamente para que vean esto. Número 1, estamos arriba del promedio de las 9. El promedio de las 9 está en 498. Eso es bastante bueno en la trimestral. Atención acá porque se podría perder el nivel pronto y tenemos que estar atentos. Faltan 2 meses y 30 días para el cierre de esto. Acaba literalmente de abrir y lo primero que hizo fue caer. Así que ojo por acá porque tienes acá una vela envolvente bajista. Es esta. La pueden ver por acá. ¿Por qué es envolvente? Porque ocupa literalmente de arriba para abajo todo el cuarto pasado. Entonces, toda la vela pasada está cubierta por rojo, si lo quieres ver así. Tu confirmación de esta vela literalmente está en los 484,78. Si llegas a tener un cierre abajo de eso, va a darte una confirmación de que muy probablemente el movimiento vaya a ser a la baja. Y tu siguiente zona de interés sería simplemente donde está este bajo en 434. Eso es en la trimestral, que de todas maneras son movimientos a años, así que tranquilos. En la mensual podemos ver una historia un poco más bajista. Y ahora aquí es donde vamos a poner un poco más de atención a lo que estamos viendo. Estamos formando estructura interesante porque tienes este alto y este alto. ¿Qué es eso? Altos más bajos, pero tienes este bajo más alto, este bajo más alto y ahorita tienes este bajo más alto. Estás literalmente en medio de todos los altos más bajos y bajos más altos y todo lo que está ocurriendo, pero en la mensual estás abajo del 9. El promedio de las 9 está en 526, eso es bajista. Hay que poner mucha atención y estás a punto de romper a la baja el promedio de las 9, que está en los 508,28. Si no aguantas por acá, muy probablemente vayamos a ver un poco lo que viste aquí atrás y vaya a haber un retroceso bastante importante. Algo importante que decir. En el gráfico mensual, esta no es una vela envolvente bajista. Eso es eso. Ahora, en la semanal podemos ver que el 9 y el 21 acaban de cruzar a la baja. Tienes este alto, más alto que este, pero este bajo es más alto que este todavía. No, tu primer objetivo a no romper es perder los 499. Si llegas a perder los 499, tu siguiente objetivo es donde está esta línea verde que está por ahí de los 484 y también es donde está coincidentemente el promedio de los 200. Si llegas a perder esta zona de los 484, tu siguiente objetivo van a ser estos mínimos. Y estos mínimos están localizados en los 433.62. Si llega a romper eso a la baja, siguiente movimiento sería los 385. Ahora te lo voy a poner en la diaria para que puedas ver. Acá lo que nos indica es que probablemente vayamos a tener un rebote. Vamos a ver si es correctivo o no. Está un poco en zona de nadie. Puedes ver que el 9 nos rechazó y está cayendo. El 21 está bajo el 55, por lo que cada zona, cada vez que tocas el 9 va a ser una buena oportunidad de corto, pero eso quiere decir que hay probabilidad de que regreses a la zona del 9. Es muy importante que el precio aguante y no cree un bajo abajo de los 502.60 y menos que rompa los 534 a la baja. Una vez que haga eso, te va a dar confirmación. ¿Quieres estar alcista? Tienes que recuperar la 9, no solamente en la diaria, pero también, sobre todo, en la semanal. Y en la semanal se encuentra en 531. Eso te haría volverte alcista. Por ahora está demostrando debilidad del precio y nuestra preferencia y como lo vemos es que somos más bajistas, pero con precaución que alcistas en esto. Y atención a estos movimientos y la retoma de niveles importantes, sobre todo en la diaria, que están todos en esta zona de entre 530 y 540. Es básicamente todo lo que estamos viendo en Adobe, damas y caballeros. Ahora, vamos a otro proxy de Bitcoin, MicroStrategy, con el señor de las manos muy pequeñas, Michael Saylor. No sé si nunca lo han visto en alguna entrevista, pero tiene las manos muy chiquitas. Parece un robot. All righty, whenever you're ready, MicroStrategy, son.
Michael Saylor is the biggest giga chad of the entire planet.
Oh, yeah.
With the smallest hands.
The small hands, yes.
With the smallest hands. Biggest giga chad with the smallest hands. What a shame. Yeah. I was going to say, I just hope he has a really big dick so that he can super enjoy it. At least. That's the only thing. He's got like a small dick and a small hand. That dude's fucked. Fuck.
You guys
no matter how many Bitcoins.
During the 2022 bear market where everybody was trying to shit on Michael Saylor, they're like, bro, Bitcoin is going down. And Michael Saylor was upload those pictures of himself enjoying a pizza. Like, bro, I don't give a fuck what the day-to-day price action is.
Yeah. He's fun. And he's a very smart man.
They were like, oh, Michael Saylor is going to get liquidated below $5,000. They were saying it over and over and over again. Then eventually, Saylor responded. He's like, guys, do you really think I wouldn't just apply more margin at that area and reduce my liquidation price?
Yeah, and he did. Actually, he did it once or twice. I can't remember exactly.
All of these Twitter traders who like play with magic internet money for a living, sure, they got a little bit of money. They got maybe a couple $100,000, couple $1 million. Michael Saylor is a fucking billionaire. He's on a different level.
Yeah, can't fuck with him.
Bitcoin can go to zero and Michael Saylor will still be a billionaire.
And still have the small hands. Both things are not exclusive to each other. Absolutely.
Like Theo Donald Trump.
Like, I'm telling you, dude, Trump's hands are not that small. When you look at him on a suit, you don't look at you know what? I'm going to look up a Michael Saylor picture or video and show you while you do your.
But Trump, thing. he has one thing going for him is that he gets his suits very deceptively tailored.
that body that Trump has is fucking atrocious. Atrocious. It's the most ridiculous waistline I've ever seen in my life. It looks like a what are they called? The mascots from any team. What are the things called?
Aren't they called mascots?
Are they? Is that it? They're called botargas in Spanish. And he looks like he's got a mascot suit underneath it. It's terrible.
Whenever he's standing in this like little form where he's leaning forward, it kind of looks like there's like a bunch of like little midgets stacked up together. Yo, I'm sorry. Can I use the word midget or no?
Yeah, I mean, yeah, absolutely. You better.
All right. So on the quarterly on MicroStrategy, what I was looking at before that I mentioned is that MicroStrategy is looking much stronger than Bitcoin. We got this initial move up towards this top 100% range. We got a move down. We tested the 5 EMA. We got another move back up to the 100, tested the 5 EMA again. We're still basing right off the 5 EMA. The 5 EMA is the fastest moving average I use. And whenever you're not able to lose the 5 EMA, it tells you that the price action is in a very, very strong uptrend as long as we're holding the 5 EMA. But what I caution for bulls right now is that we're at very, very extreme levels. We're above the 88.3%. But the fact that we're not able to break below the 5 EMA tells you that what's more likely than us dumping from here and having the ranges move up is that we consolidate around here and then the ranges move up. As you see right here, we've been consolidating since around January of 2024. MicroStrategy has been consolidating around that $170 area. And if we look at our HBR momentum right now, momentum is starting to flip down, which is expected because we're so high in our HBR range. We're like significantly up here above the 88.3%. You only have an 11.7% chance of continuation from here. What we like to see is that momentum is flipping down while volatility is flipping down too. So that tells you that whatever move we get is going to be a corrective move. And what the bulls really love to see is that we're getting a correction going sideways. We're not getting a correction downwards. We're getting a correction sideways. And whenever we get that above the 5 EMA, it tells you whenever this correction is over and whenever these ranges move up, we are going to get a very explosive breakout towards the upside. Let me close this. And right now, if you look at the jewel on the quarterly, the jewel is flipping back up from the bearish control zone right around July of 2023, and it's continuing on that move. The last time that we ever did that was in July of 2019. Let's mark with the vertical line and see what happened with price whenever we flip to a buy signal from the jewel in the bearish control zone. Price did go down a little bit, but to be honest, this was a black swan. This was COVID in 2020, so you can't really like mark that against it. But if you were to take a measurement from whenever we got out of the bearish control zone on the jewel, we moved up 819%. And we're getting a very, very similar move right now, where we flip back up from the bearish control zone and we flip to a buy signal and we're above the pink. The pink is the fast moving average on the jewel. We don't have enough data right now on the quarterly to populate the yellow one. The yellow is the slow one, but the yellow one is not as important as the pink one. The pink one is the one that you really have to focus on to get your trending moves. Now that we're above the pink and we're still pointed very sharply towards the upside, this line right here is the bullish control zone. Now the jewel is breaking back into the bullish control zone. Last time we touched that area was right here in October of 2021. We rejected it. We rejected the bearish control zone and bullish control zone, and we dumped. Do you guys remember what the price was of Bitcoin around October, November 2021? That was our previous all-time highs of around $69,000. Now, not only are we testing that area again, but we're breaking above it. So it's telling you that there's a shift in structure from October, November 2021, and what we're getting right now. So like on the opposite of Coinbase, where Coinbase looks bearish as fuck, where I was thinking that Coinbase was giving us an indication of what Bitcoin might do, MicroStrategy is looking bullish as fuck, and it's telling me that Bitcoin might break out.
Let me ask you this. What do you trust more as a proxy for real value on Bitcoin? MicroStrategy or Coinbase, and why?
I would personally go with MicroStrategy, and the reason is because MicroStrategy is 100% Bitcoin. Coinbase focuses on a whole bunch of shit coins as well. So Coinbase gets all of their fees from that.
That's right, and offers different types of services, whereas MicroStrategy the way I look at it is MicroStrategy is just a direct storage of Bitcoin. I know that they do things, but no one gives a fuck about what they do. All they care about is how many Bitcoins they have and nothing else.
Exactly. And now that MicroStrategy is looking insanely fucking bullish, it just tells me like possibly Bitcoin is going to put in one of those fake outs and scare everybody and then move very sharply towards the upside. And right now on this quarterly candle, we're getting a very a strong move as well, where we moved down. We tested right around these previous candle opens, and we found a lot of buying support there, and now we're getting a move back towards the upside. If we go to the monthly on MicroStrategy, the monthly is looking even better in my opinion right now, because for the longest time we were consolidating while the ranges tried to catch up. Now the 38.2% range has caught up. We've on this move towards the downside, we tested exactly the bottom of the 38.2% and the 5 EMA. And just like Bitcoin, whenever MicroStrategy is above the 5 EMA, it likes to continue its trend towards the upside. So now we have a bounce right off the 5 EMA, right off the bottom 38.2%, and we're approaching the median. The median right now is at $180.83. If we look at our HBR momentum, this is basically fully reset. It went all the way towards the 96, 97% range before we topped out, and then it started going down. Now we've reset, while volatility is also basically reset too. And then we look at the jewel. The jewel is starting to curve back around. On the monthly, we do have the yellow. So the pink has crossed above the yellow, and now the cyan, the momentum average is above all of it. and it shifted into a dark blue sell posturing right around like July. Now it's curving back around, and it's curving back around right where you want to see it, right next to the peak. So on this next monthly open, what we want to see is this flip into a light blue cyan, and then we can make our way into the bullish control zone. And that would coincide with the HPDR ranges of us hitting somewhere around the top 38.2% or the 50%, which is right now at new all-time highs at 200 and I believe new all-time highs, yeah, about $213.96. Let's say 214, and then 50% is at $237.65. So as long as we're holding this bottom 38.2% area, we have to assume that we're going to test this area next. And right now it's looking very strong. Let's look at the weekly. The weekly right now, we just got a fresh close above this top 38.2% after we consolidated for a long time. The ranges moved up. We tested the top, rejected, tested the bottom, rejected, tested the top again, rejected. We got a move down right here in August of 2024. This was during the Japan carry trade failure. We came down towards this 55 EMA, found some strong buying support here. We moved back up towards the 38.2%. Now we've closed above the 38.2% again. The last time we closed above the 38.2% on Coinbase was right around here. And then we got to move up from there
to the 100%, basically.
Let's bring this down so we can actually just see what number this is. That was 185% move last time we closed above the 38.2%. So we just did that. We just did that again on the weekly on MicroStrategy. And our momentum is pointed very sharply towards the upside within the bullish control zone. Our volatility is supporting it. And on the jewel, we're flipping back around again to a fresh light blue cyan buy signal. What we want to see is we want to see it break into the bullish control zone. And that would give us more confluence that MicroStrategy is very likely to break out. And let's see if we can get a target from here that coincides with our HPDR levels. Yeah, so that puts us somewhere between the 95 and the 99% range, right around $300. And on the monthly and the quarterly, the number we were looking at is $368. So if we get any type of closure above the 78.6%, which is right now, it lines up perfectly on the HPDR and my Fibonacci levels at around $173, $174. We're very likely going to get that confirmation towards the upside. We're probably going to go towards $300. And then our monthly momentum and HP volatility, which have reset, are going to start flipping back around. This jewel is going to flip back around to a light blue cyan, and we're going to have all of this. As I don't know if you guys know who he is, but this is a crypto trader named Zoran Cole. He likes to say the stars have aligned. That happens, all of the stars will align, and MicroStrategy is going to new highs, and Michael Saylor is going to be ripping like 7 or 8 lines of coke before he goes on his next Twitter live.
Oh my God. And then tweet again about how Bitcoin is everything. I love that whenever I see him interacting with Elon Musk is like, what should I have for breakfast? Tortas or tamales? And Bitcoin. Michael Saylor is like, Bitcoin. I'm like, God fucking damn it, dude. There are places for this. Not right now.
I'm just waiting for Michael Saylor to go to El Salvador.
Yeah, I don't understand why that hasn't happened. Seems perfect.
On the quarterly right now, we still have this drive of hidden bullish divergence, which is still active, and we have not made a local low yet. And since this drive of hidden bullish divergence, we confirmed it at $14, and we went all the way up to like 193, 194, wow. Very close to $200. That bullish divergence is still active. The way to invalidate it is we need to make a local high, and we had to close below basically $100. The same $100 level we were looking at from the beginning. If we close below $100, we'll confirm a local top here. And then very likely we're going to come back down towards the 21 EMA, which is below $100, which is right around $90, $85, $90. But until then, that's just bearish hopium, and there is no local top. So the bullish divergence is still active. And from here, if we get a close, quarterly close above this previous high, which is at $183.70, that's going to, for me, that's going to confirm the breakout. And we're probably testing the top of the bullish critical zone. And right now, the bullish critical zone sits at $340, right around that $368 number we were looking at previously. Check the monthly. Monthly, nothing. Weekly, we have a confirmed drive of bullish divergence, which is also rejecting the bearish control zone. So whenever we get a bullish divergence that rejects the bearish control zone, we usually get a test of the bullish control zone. Right now, we're very close to the bullish control zone. The price to enter the bullish control zone is $194.65. If that happens, if this diversion does play out and we hit the bullish control zone above at 194.65, that's going to be a close above these previous highs, and that's going to confirm the breakout towards new all-time highs. And that would be, as we already drew before, on the weekly, that sits at $259.93. And then our next target from there, $356.90. That's what, like $11 away from our target of $368.
Yeah.
So whenever they line up like that, it gives you a very, very perfect target, like very perfect confluence that when multiple setups are giving you the same number. So 5-day also has confirmed drive of bullish divergence, rejecting the bearish control zone. And right now on the 5-day, we are at the bullish control zone, which is at 175.54. If we break above this area, we have 3 hours and 33 minutes to go. Any close like this, we're going to break into the bullish control zone, and then our next target is into the bullish critical zone. And that number is also sitting in the $300 range at $319, while volatility is ticking up to support this move towards the upside. I can't really find any bearish hopium for MicroStrategy right now. Daily, we have.
Yeah, no, I was going to say, like, there's literally nothing.
Daily is now giving us a silver cross towards the upside. We're getting a retest of our 9 EMA, and we're getting a very nice reaction from there as well. So there is literally nothing that I can find that supports bearish hopium right now. Right now, MicroStrategy, the most hopium I can get for the bears is that if that we consolidate a little bit and go sideways while the higher time frame ranges move up. But from there, the outcome will most likely be continuation towards the upside, in my opinion.
Yes, sir. Looks fucking great. I got UPS for you.
United Postal Service.
United Motherfucking Postal Service. Vale, pues, tíos, vamos a ver MicroStrategy nosotros ahora mismo y los voy a llevar primero y vamos a empezar en la trimestral. Para empezar, esta tabla está durísima, señores. Quiero que vean esto. Vean esta maldita locura. Esto también es una verdadera locura que haya estado a cierto punto en $323 y eso fue obviamente en el año 2000. Acuérdense que esta es una empresa que hacía completamente otra cosa. Se fue para acá y acá es donde empezaron a comprar Bitcoin, que fue lo que nos llevó al máximo histórico de antes, en los 131.69. Nice. Y ahora en este momento, recuerden, estas son velas trimestrales, estamos consolidando así. Quiero enseñarles esto. Básicamente pueden ver la fuerza que lleva el promedio de las 9 por encima del 21, 55 y 100. Es una verdadera locura, empujando el precio en este momento. Una vela que tiene que cerrar en 2 meses, 30 días, todavía le falta. Empujando fuertemente en la resistencia y con el cuerpo ya encima de la misma resistencia que teníamos dibujada de antes. Fuerza es poco. Muy poco para que podamos entender lo que lleva MicroStrategy. Y esto nos hace pensar también que no le vamos a hacer tanto caso a Coinbase porque Coinbase tiene más riesgo porque usan diferentes altcoins, diferentes exchanges, también son custodios, etcétera. MicroStrategy solo se dedica a comprar Bitcoin y ya, a la verga, es lo único que hace. Y si creemos en Bitcoin y si creemos en MicroStrategy y en la relación que tienen, porque lo hemos visto en el pasado, podemos darnos cuenta que esto se ve alcista a tope. Tienes 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8 meses en total justamente aquí, consolidando el precio. Y en temporalidades altas, en los indicadores de Farhand de momentum y volatilidad, básicamente estamos casi sobrecomprados. Entonces tenemos, y esto es buenísimo, porque ya cuando lo ves en la mensual se ve bien, pero en la trimestral tenemos que todavía ranguear un poco más por acá para que todos los promedios puedan subir lo suficiente y la zona azul pueda subir también aún más y pueda seguir el movimiento a la alza. Están viendo los promedios tal cual, que siguen con muchísima fuerza. En la semanal también. Acá esta me gusta porque te enseña algo que no puedes ver de otra forma. Y es esto. Tienes este bajo más alto, este bajo más alto. Y entonces estás creando estructura hermosa. Lo único que dirían es, tienes este alto más bajo y este más bajo, pero el precio está aquí. Esto en cualquier momento puede darte un alto más alto acá para darte continuación a este movimiento y a esta estructura que está creando MicroStrategy, que se ve bastante bien. Y cuando pones los promedios te das cuenta, el 9 por encima del 21 y lo ha estado desde que cruzaron por acá en octubre del 2023, que te dio un movimiento de casi 500%, nada mal, honestamente, hasta el tope. Y ahorita lo pueden ver, esta formación es potente y no hay ninguna sola vela en todo esto más que esta que era de tope y te dio la confirmación instantáneamente y bajó. Es bastante honesta la gráfica de MicroStrategy, si lo quieres ver así. Y también en la diaria, ¿qué es lo que estamos viendo en la diaria? Cada que vienes a probar el 200 tienes una súper explosión hacia arriba, una expansión del precio. Y ahora retomamos el 9, retomamos el 21, el 100, el 55. Puedes ver que hay un cruce plateado a la alza justamente aquí y el precio está empujando fuertísimo. MicroStrategy está cotizando en este momento en 172.14. Con todo este momentum que lleva a la alza y todos los objetivos que hemos puesto y visto de los indicadores de Farhan, hay mucha confluencia en los 340, 360 dólares como un objetivo. Ahora, ese objetivo va a tomar bastante tiempo, no estamos diciendo que sea instantáneo, pero esto claramente tiene demasiada fuerza y lo que quieres ahora es estar buscando nuevos altos, arriba de 179.47 para poder romper estos en los 183.84 y de ahí irte a buscar máximos históricos en 199.98. Entonces, MicroStrategy se ve bastante bien y muy sólida. Vamos a Nvidia, como de que no, damas y caballeros. And Alex is ready for you.
Nice. So let me go there. So yeah, on Nvidia, we have the daily. It's actually looking kind of interesting to me because, you know, we talked about this scenario where we were expecting a pullback where we were, very logical to retest. I personally wanted the 21 to act as support, very much like with Bitcoin. Yesterday was a pretty sold down day. You know, what we see now is we're getting that bounce, just like on Bitcoin, which makes sense that these two kind of look similar. You know, we want this 9 on the daily to get reclaimed. The daily closures for risk on is very important for today. If the daily 9 can get reclaimed on Nvidia, we then look at that as support, especially since we still have the silver cross here. We see the 21 basically flipped above the 55. You know, it was healthily above the 9, but now we're seeing, you know, it's trying to reclaim it. That's why today's going to be important. You know, and it makes sense. Very much like with here, when we started reclaiming this, right when earnings hit, you know, we basically sold down. And so when we're getting a diagonal meme line with another meme line corresponding close to that 21 on the daily, to me, this is a big level, and it was kind of this is why I saw this scenario playing out potentially, and it's still not invalidated. That's why I want to see this 9 get reclaimed. Currently at $119.30. So if this can basically get any daily closures above that, I do think that we'll get a bigger move up, which will have an implication for Bitcoin, in my opinion. I like the fact also that, you know, with this downside move, we've basically been able to let BBWP cool off a bit, and it's still curving down slightly, so this still can come down a little bit more, for sure, even possibly hitting extremes if it wants to, you know, chop more, consolidate. But overall, this could play into the bigger bounce scenario if this starts, you know, flipping back under 18%, going maybe to 8, 7, 5, 4% here, and then churning back up, getting back above 15% after it loses that. Would then, for me, give me a setup for higher. And as it stands, I'm still watching for that $139, $140 zone, in my opinion, which makes sense. Once we break this high here, I think that this squeeze will it'll just be fueled by all these shorts here that have been basically getting the easy play through and through. And even from this last rejection here, they're obviously bears are looking at potentially this being a lower high. If we go to the weekly, and let me just take this off now, because we drew that on stream. So now we're at the bounce zone. The question will just be if we do bounce. What we also liked about this diagonal was that it was getting supported by the weekly 9. You know, after we basically reclaimed it, it's been acting as okay support. So expecting a reaction at the weekly 9 makes a lot of sense to me. And when you put it on, you know, when you look at Nvidia on a weekly, it definitely looks less choppy. We're just basically now kind of trying to break out and consolidate. To me, this could give a nice base for higher, as long as we're still holding this weekly 9. And luckily for us, it's all coming around this region here. So to me, it makes it very obvious. If we start losing this zone, yeah, we have to start looking at this 109 pot, 112 to $109 zone. But it's still above it on the weekly. This is closing in 2 days. So as long as we're above the weekly 9, bulls have the upper hand here, in my opinion. Uh, the entire rally, and it was funny seeing how many people were trying to be a hero and catch the easy short. But if you go on to Nvidia, the entire rally was supported by the 9 and the 21. It's funny to me to see that because people were just extremely horny to short this one. In reality, we really didn't lose the EMA range that I follow here. That gives me a bigger short thesis, or at least a bigger short trigger, especially when we lose that 34. So obviously reclaiming it, not breaking the low here, now kind of basing, for me is looking pretty good. So as long as that weekly 9's reclaimed, we have the upper hand. And what we'd like to see now, if you're an Nvidia bull, just like I want to see with Bitcoin as well, is that daily 9 get reclaimed. Massive levels across the board we're now at on Bitcoin, on Nvidia, on Coinbase, just things like we're seeing very risk on. They're at big levels today. So today's gonna be a big day for closures. For me though, would be very nice to get back above this 9 and then actually hold it. To me, it's still giving the silver cross play, so we still have to look at that. Slightly weak that we came all the way down, but granted, when you have war events and they're slightly looked at as mini black swans, it can give us big moves down. But for me, the chart doesn't change. And even before this event happened, we were still talking about a pullback on Nvidia, on Bitcoin, and that's why when these things happen, I always say the chart then the news, because we were getting a lot of setups that were telling us we're probably going to retest levels. So now we're at those levels. We're retesting them more evidently on the 2-day, which is closing in 3 hours, which is nice. I like viewing sometimes the 2-day, especially when we're getting that kind of chop on the daily. The 2-day kind of puts it in perspective. Dumps to the 34, nice spring up, now above the diagonal again, while holding the 9. Closing in 3 hours, this is still looking pretty good. I'm still watching for more upside on Nvidia, and I do think that we have to start looking at this $140 zone, which if Nvidia is going up, this will play into my Bitcoin thesis, where I'm cautiously bullish. Nvidia is looking a lot better though than Bitcoin. It just looks stronger in my opinion, and you can see here that it is still well above its daily EMA 100. So that is something to be mindful of. If we do start breaking down from here, and I'm wrong and this deviates again, all eyes on this daily EMA 100. We're getting a lot of confluence around that $112 to $108 zone. For me, that'll be the first point. And then if we do start breaking down, then yeah, we'll have to start looking at a lot lower, like $90 to $95. But as it stands, I'm still bullish on this chart. It's doing exactly what we talked about. It's looking pretty good. And what was it? Was it on the weekly? Yeah, and I'm just liking how like all the all DVWP, the momentum indicators that I use, that we all use, are really looking good in resetting. The monthly is slightly concerning, and I also know the quarterly just closed as well, and that was at extremes. But as long as we're still holding the meme line on the quarterly, didn't close the best candle, potentially hanging man here on the quarterly, but as long as we still closed the hopium on the quarterly, we still closed above the meme line, which was an area we've been holding since reclaiming, so that's good. But this is something I talked about last time I looked at Nvidia. Is the issue here is this can still stay at extremes, but once this starts rolling over, this kind of lets price actually come down. We see that with this when we dumped 52% in the process of this coming down. We're kind of getting the slope down now. This definitely could start coming down within this quarter, but more in the lower time frames compared to the quarterly. As long as Nvidia, especially on the 2-day, is still looking like this, it's making me confident that we potentially could close the weekly above the 9. Ideally, this 9 will hold on this closing today, and then within this week we get a nice move up into this 140, which seems like a big level now, but Nvidia, it's been chopping a lot, but it can move and it can do this in one day, especially when you're getting this kind of just slow grind, slow price action. Shorts are getting easy moves, 4 or 5% down with ease. It's a nice recipe for potentially a squeeze. So the easy part for Nvidia too is it's very correspondent with our chart, our lines. So we kind of know where we're wrong. Once we start losing a mean line, we're losing a major moving average. But where we're at now is exactly what we wanted to be at essentially. So watch the reaction there, which is nice for Bitcoin at least, because if Nvidia does start moving, then ideally we do get that nice green big dildo candle today. Smoking shorts, especially late shorts.
Love green dildos. I'm on the same page as Didi.
Yeah.
Excellent. Excellent, sir. Thank you. I have the next one for you. This smells like a shitcoin, but we'll see. CROUSDT.
Crypto.com shitcoin.
Oh, CRO. Okay.
There you go. Well,
Yeah.
fuck us, right? All righty. I'll attend the Nvidia graphic. Let us go. Thank you, sir.
Yeah.
Vale, pues estamos viendo Nvidia, damas y caballeros. Vamos a empezar por la, no la de 3 días. Che, salo, idiota. La de 3 meses, la trimestral, como siempre, ya lo saben, acá la tienen. Aquí está. Lo primero que quiero que sepamos es que en la trimestral, porque has tenido este subidongo tan potente, todo está en niveles de sobrecompra, pero no hay bronca porque le falta a esta vela 2 meses y 30 días para poder cerrar y poder subir todo, ¿no? Porque cuando volteas a ver promedios puedes darte cuenta lo arriba que estás del 9, no lo has visto desde enero del 2024, todo este año has estado literalmente disfrutando por acá arriba el subidongo, tienes acá una vela de indecisión, más o menos, o puede ser también un hombre colgado, y esta vela todavía no te dice nada, falta bastante tiempo. Vamos a las tablas mensuales. Mensual, vemos que Nvidia está consolidando, simplemente está consolidando en este rango muy al estilo de Coinbase y le gusta jugar con los sentimientos de todos, con estos cierres en medio, porque por más que tenga volatilidad y la vea cerrar aquí arriba y luego se venga para acá abajo, etcétera, los cierres importantes y la parte fuerte es justamente esta, donde están los cuerpos de las velas. Y eso es una muy buena señal y sobre todo estos días que estamos de, ¿será bueno? ¿Será malo? Indecisión por acá, indecisión por allá. Cuando nos acercamos más en la semanal, podemos ver, empezar a poner esta fotografía aún más cerca. Al precio Nvidia le gusta coquetear en el 21 y el 9. El 21 es el amarillo, el 9 es el azul. Pueden ver que cuando baja del 9, va y el 21 lo recupera instantáneamente. Esta fue una de esas velas que te estaba dando una desviación, pero aún así cerraste por encimita de y luego te fuiste para arriba hasta donde venía esta línea de tendencia que va a la baja, pero estás creando una tendencia alcista. Por más que estés creando bajos más bajos, altos más bajos, estás creando bajos más altos. Y esto lo pone en un buen lugar, sobre todo en este gráfico. Honestamente, esto es un hombro, cabeza, hombro invertido, lo que me da bastante, ¿cómo se dice? Esperanza para que esto siga subiendo. No hay nada que esté viendo por ahorita, sobre todo estando en la semanal encima del promedio de las 9, que está en los 117.45. El precio de Nvidia en este momento está cotizando en 118.76 y lo puedes ver otra de estas velitas de indecisión, pero también por encima de esta diagonal que ha sido resistencia para el precio de Nvidia. Nos acercamos un poco más y sobre todo el gráfico que nos gustó, creo que era el de 2 días. Voy a usar el de 2 días. Efectivamente, en el gráfico de 2 días puedes ver que retomó el 9, está por encima del 21, que es el azul encima del El precio en la de 2 días está literalmente usando la 9 como soporte para seguir para arriba. Esto es bastante bueno. También es bueno, esta vela va a cerrar en 3 horas 15 minutos. Tienes esta vela de tope, luego tienes este bajón que te da una confirmación, luego tienes este bajón y este bajón tiene que confirmar abajo de esta. Vamos a ver si te lo da o no, pero lo que ahora estamos viendo es cómo estás empezando a crear estas desviaciones y estas desviaciones se vuelven más fuertes a la alza. Lo que probablemente sigamos viendo es un poco de consolidación por lo que estamos hablando de temporalidades altas y de ahí Nvidia, siempre y cuando no pierda estos dos promedios que están el 21 y el 9, que están en, digamos, 118, 117 dólares, deberíamos de empezar a buscar nuevos altos, empezando por el 131.35, de ahí a buscar el 136.29 y de ahí el 140. Pero por ahora lo que tenemos que hacer es paciencia. También puedes llegar y volver una vez más simplemente a retestear el promedio de las 55 que está en el 110, que le gusta coquetear con él en esta temporalidad. Y eso no sería malo, eso sería crear un nuevo alto por acá, un bajo más alto por acá y luego dar continuidad al movimiento que estamos presenciando en este momento. En la diaria, acá es donde se pone interesante la cosa porque te está rechazando el 9, pero el 21 te está apoyando y también el 55 lo hizo y funcionaron como resortes. Entonces, nos empieza a gustar esto, nos gustaría poder ver que en la diaria retomemos el promedio de las 9 o que lo hagamos lo más rápido posible para que esto no cambie de lugar, el 9 se vaya abajo el 21 y nos empiece a dar debilidad la acción. Pero por ahora, siempre y cuando respetemos esto y también lo que probablemente, porque el promedio de las 55 caía en temporalidades un poco más altas por acá más o menos, es que tal vez puedas ver Nvidia caer hasta los 110, 111 y de ahí continuar a la alza. Lo que no quieres es romper este bajo. Si rompes este bajo en los 100, muy probablemente vayas a visitar la zona de los 97 que tiene confluencia con el promedio de los 200 en la diaria y me parece que, no, nada más en la diaria. Así que eso es lo que estás buscando en Nvidia en este momento. Simplemente no romper esta zona de la diagonal alcista, quedarte por acá, no formar un nuevo bajo acá en los $100 y empezar a ir a buscar el 131 y de ahí el 138, creo que era 136 y de ahí el 140. Exactamente. Ahí lo tienes. Nvidia se empieza a ver bastante bien. Farhan, vamos a UPS.
UPS, and I remember to unmute myself as well.
Oops.
Oops, I did it again.
I fucked with Didi. He fucked me in the ass. Oh, baby. I'm sorry. Jesus Christ. By the way, I love making up songs that are extremely dirty and disgusting. My wife always tells me that I need to shut the fuck up, but here we are, and here she's not.
I have a lot of experience in that domain.
Excellent.
I already know that.
Excellent. All right.
On the quarterly, this is looking absolutely disgusting. So we got a test of this top meme line right here. We made a very nice shooting star candle, and we immediately dumped from there of about 47%. Since when was this? January of 2022. So for the last 2 years, this piece of dog shit has been going literally just down only. Probably something to do with the fact that there's a lot of worker strikes and all that shit going on with shipping. So like, don't worry about it, guys. It's only going down because we have strikes.
Not a big deal.
You have the 9 EMA crossing below the 21, retest to the 5, and an immediate dump after that, and then continuation of the dump. Right now, the reason why I'm thinking that we don't go straight down from here is because we are so low on the HBR levels. We're below the 95%. We're about to tap the 100%. If we do continue going lower, we probably come down to the 55 EMA right around 129, 130. And we almost certainly will get a bounce here. Get a little bit of a bounce, come back up, test this meme line. Maybe this 5 EMA will come down to this 95 area. Retest that again. And then these ranges can move down. And then we can continue towards the downside. But as it stands right now, I don't think we're going to go below $128 until these ranges move up. If we check our HBR momentum, we are this also gives us confluence that we're at very, very extreme levels. We're at negative 95%. So it's going to take a significant amount of effort for the bears to keep the momentum down from this area. While volatility is starting to, the moving average is starting to move down, and the volatility in the oscillator is hitting very extreme levels. So from here, you should technically be expecting a mean reversion bounce. If you look at the jewel, right now the jewel is entering the bearish control zone below this 38 level, and but the curvature is still vertically towards the downside. We don't have any sign of one of these curves back up. So when's the last time that the UPS was in the bearish control zone?
Sure, it was 2020, but let's
2008. See. 2008 was the last time that we entered the bearish control zone in UPS.
Wow.
That 2008 repetition keeps coming back up. Is this 2008 once over again? Who knows? In 2008, last time around, unfortunately, I was too retarded. I was sitting in third grade, so I wasn't buying any houses. Maybe this time around it'll be different, right?
What a loser.
What a retard. Bro was in third grade and he wasn't buying houses in 2008.
What a stupid idiot. You're right.
Let's go to the monthly. Monthly right now is, God, monthly is looking kind of worse to me than the quarterly. Where we have a silver cross towards the downside. We've retested. We couldn't even make it up to the 9 EMA. We rejected the 5. And now we're getting a move below our meme line. On the monthly, the ranges have moved down. So we do have enough room on the monthly to make a move down from here. We would want to lose this meme line right around $133.50. And then we very likely come down and test this 200 SMA, which is right around $111, $110. In our HPR momentum is flipping freshly towards the downside, while volatility is sticking back up. To support that move to the downside, telling us that whatever move down we get is going to be a impulsive move, not a corrective move, and it's going to be supported by volatility. Check the weekly. God, this weekly is looking terrible. This is literally just a slew of lower highs and lower lows on the weekly. Just the picture perfect downtrend. We've been deviating and rejecting this 21 EMA this entire time. We did it over here, we did it over there, we did it over here, and now we're getting it again over here. And every single time we've done a deviation of the 21 EMA, we've made new lower lows. So right now we're rejecting the 21 EMA, we're rejecting the 38.2%. As long as it's closing like this, plus below the mean line, we have a probability of coming back down towards the bottom 38.2%, which is currently at 126. But because of how our momentum indicators are looking, where HPR momentum is flipping down, and we're flipping down from the bullish critical zone, I don't think that 38.2% is going to hold. And I think we're very likely going to make new lower lows, probably somewhere around the 61.8% at 122. Let's get a fib level from here and see what we've got to work with. Yeah, that would be ultimately somewhere around $91, just below $100. If that does happen and we get this closed like this, the confirmation to hit this $91 level though for me would be a close below this wick low, which is at $123.12. We had a close below there. It's not going to happen in one move. It's not going to happen even in the next couple of weeks. Probably going to take like a year or two to play out, but eventually our ultimate target is going to be somewhere around here at $91.61, which coincides with that psychological number of 100. 5 day is looking terrible. Same thing, just like the weekly, where we deviated above the 21 EMA every single time before we made new lows. We're doing that again, and our target from this is a shooting star candle where we have a big wick towards the upside for a small body from an uptrend. Our target from there, if we close like this, is going to be this bottom 38.2%, which is right around 123. It's going to be a retest of these lows. Maybe we get a little bit of a pity bounce here. Retest this median at 126, 127, get a rejection of the median, and then we're probably coming down towards the 61.8%, which is right now at like 119, 120. Let's check the RSI. I mean, UPS is kind of a shit company anyway, so I don't use UPS. I prefer to use USPS over UPS every time. On the quarterly, we have multiple drives confirmed bearish divergence on UPS on the RSI. We have 1, 2, 3 confirmed drives of bearish divergence, and on this move towards the downside, volatility is starting to tick back up. So that's telling us that this is not a corrective move, and we should be looking for lower as long as volatility is ticking back up. Volatility is at 90% right now. So as you remember on the quarterly HPDR, we were at very extreme levels, and I was saying that we're probably not going to go straight down from here. We're probably going to be looking for some consolidation while the ranges move up. Well, I'm sorry, the ranges move down, and the BBWP is telling us the same thing. We're nearing very extreme volatility. At this area, it's going to be that much harder for the current trend to continue towards the downside. So we should be looking for, whenever volatility is hitting the 90s, is for some type of consolidation and a mean reversion while volatility goes down, and then we can expect continuation of trend towards the downside. On the monthly, we have nothing. We're solidly within the bearish control zone on the monthly. Weekly, not much. We're just getting out of the bearish control zone, but we're rejecting the neutral zone. So if we keep rejecting this neutral zone, we're going to have a statistical target of the bearish control zone, which right now the bearish control zone sits at 124, right along that 122 number we just looked at. 5-day, we do have some bullish divergence within the bullish control zone, but we've already hit this easy target, which was right here at this 21 EMA. So if we continue getting a rejection here, where it's just like the previous chart, we're going to come down to the bearish control zone, and that number is also sitting at 124. 2-day had some bullish divergence, but now it's invalidated because we put in a local top. We are getting volatility expansion alongside this move towards this. You can call it a mean reversion bounce. This is not a reversal bounce because we're still rejecting this 55 EMA. Although the volatility is expanding with this move up, as long as we're rejecting the 55 EMA, you have to consider this a lower high before we make a lower low. If we close above this 55 EMA, actually to be safe, I wouldn't say the 55. I would say this candle high, which is at 136.93. So let's say 137. Then we can retest these previous highs, probably break past them and go towards this 200 SMA, which is around 150 to 151. But until then, we have to assume this is our next lower high before we make a lower low. Daily does not have much either. So right now, the main bias is coming from the quarterly and the monthly, which are both pointed very, very sharply towards the downside. But we would be expecting what's more likely to happen is a little bit of consolidation right around this area, while our volatility oscillators reset and our HPR ranges move down, and then we would expect a continuation of trend towards the downside.
I was muted, but I didn't say shit while I was muted. So, all right. Yeah, I'm looking at this same thing. I feel like we can't be that far from this recovering. Like, this is 2020. That was literally the worst case scenario that you could give a packaging and shipping company, right? Which was nothing is going on in the world. Everything is fucking dead in a standstill. Obviously, while we were stuck at home, everyone started ordering packages, and that's what led the move all the way from, let's just go here.
You know, I'm not going to lie. That time we were stuck at home was pretty fucking fun.
Dude, I live my life like that now. Like, I straight, this is what I do. I love being at home and doing all the crazy shit around my house and not having to go to many places. I traveled enough and I've had to be everyone's bitch for all of my years working as a movie producer and also in doing the YouTube stuff. I'm done. Like, I like living in my house. I'm looking for houses so I can buy whatever fucking awesome house that's going to be epic and have all the shit that we need. And I don't like leaving. Like, there's not that much interesting stuff out there.
You should buy Kanye's old Malibu house that he gutted out.
Calm the fuck down, dude. Let me fucking win the lottery first. Let me hit those trades like that dude that is betting $40 million right now that started with $20,000. Let me just get there first.
Run it up.
They're asking like $50 million for him. It looks like complete shit.
Yeah, that is ridiculous, dude. And by the way, I'd never, no matter how much money I have, spend more than $5-6 million on a house. It's too stupid. It's too stupid. Either way.
Yeah, it's better to spend $5 or $6 million on a Koenigsegg that.
No, I'm out. I'm out also. No, the only stupid thing I'm going to allow myself to buy is a LaFerrari. That's it. I don't need anything else.
Yeah,
by the way, that's it, Alex. That's it. It's like a $4.5 million car right now.
Oh, that's it. Only $4 million.
Just for it, yeah.
That's about it.
Do you really still want the LaFerrari after having the 918 though?
That's all I want though, because I it's so sexy and it's a V12. That's it. And it's a Ferrari, dude. It's Ferrari. I don't care.
Ferrari.
Exactly. That's the only thing I want. Or if the SP3 is street legal, which I'm not entirely sure it is. I don't think it is. But if the SP3 is street legal, I take that over a LaFerrari. That's the only thing I would take over a LaFerrari.
Yeah, I can't lie. That LaFerrari is one of the most beautiful cars ever made.
And it's getting more beautiful as time goes by. Like the P1, I was looking at P1s before, and I'm like, now it looks outdated. It kind of like feels like a 658.
I still prefer the P1 over the LaFerrari personally.
To me, that's gone.
That
LaFerrari.
P1 in race mode is just, God.
That looks great. LaFerrari in any mode looks amazing.
You know, there's actually a race mode 2 that you have to pay like I think $100,000 to MSO for, so you can actually drive your P1 on the public roads in race mode.
No, oh my God! But that's a new thing, right?
It's
like with the new battery
within the last 2 years. It's a little bit higher than the previous race mode.
They keep updating that shit. That's pretty good. All righty. Let me do this. What time is it? 3:24. Okay, we'll do, Alex is doing CRO USDT, and then we got Aero, AERO, literally Aero.
Aerodome Finance.
Is it?
I think so. They always put that finance on there to make themselves sound legitimate.
That's what we need to do. That's what I'm gonna do with all my businesses from now on. Thanks for the tip.
Is it the stock or the crypto?
It only says Aero here. Here's what the guy said. If there's a crypto, I guarantee you it's a crypto, dude. There's no way this guy is looking for the stock. Which one looks?
Because there's an Aero stock and there's Aero USD, which is a crypto.
Huh. You know, probably Aero crypto.
Yeah, that's what I'm gonna go for. Or let's skip that and go into Solana, and then we'll do Aero. Let him fucking
Yeah,
so
Solana.
Solamis. Alrighty, I'm gonna do this one. Vale, estamos viendo UPS, temporalidad alta. Denme un segundo, los voy a llevar a la de 3 meses. Y quiero que vean esto. Obviamente la debilidad de precio con el 21 bajando, el 21 subiendo y el 9 bajando del 21. Eso es clara debilidad de precio y hemos venido a retestear el 55 solamente una vez en la historia de UPS desde que está siendo populado en este tipo de velas trimestrales. Y esto fue en la pandemia. Y en la pandemia fue la única vez que rompimos esta línea a la baja, donde llegó el precio a tocar los $82 y de ahí se fue hasta 233. Un pompazo de casi 180%, me parece que es, no quiero decir mentiras, así que vamos a medirlo. Sí, 186%, un buen zampompazo. Ahorita en este momento estamos en una situación bastante parecida a la de la pandemia. Tienes los puertos cerrados, tienes las huelgas, tienes actividad baja económica. Por lo que, a mi gusto, si UPS ha estado probando este tipo de desviaciones en situaciones extremas, aquí debería presentarse una situación extrema. Y viendo todas las tablas de absolutamente todo, lo único que podemos decir ahorita en este momento es esto. La bajada está sobrecomprada, si lo quieres ver así, ¿no? Está sobrebajado. Tiene que consolidar tantito el precio, pero sí tiene más para bajar todavía. No me sorprendería que llegara a los 122 y también eso es un objetivo que nos dio Farhan con todas sus, ¿cómo se llama? Con sus indicadores y sobre todo cuando volteas a ver el 55 en los 129, creo que no lo pone nada difícil. Ahora, en la mensual, esto se ve un poco aún peor porque tienes un Silver Cross a la baja, un cruce plateado a la baja. Has visto que el precio está retesteando la 9 y cayendo, y también la 9 está bajo el 100. Esto es demasiada debilidad en el precio, y puedes ver que también el precio está cotizando abajo de la línea meme que tenemos por acá, en los 133.58. El precio está en este momento cotizando en 132.80. Cuando volteamos a ver, y voy a ponerla de 2 semanas rápido, para que la puedas ver. 2 semanas tenemos un poco de lo mismo. Tuvimos el cruce plateado aquí arriba. Ya se ha estado bajando constantemente, creando nuevos bajos y altos más bajos sin lugar a dudas. Ahora, cuando vamos a la semanal, puedes ver un poco de lo mismo. Nada más que aquí empieza a agarrar momentum y te está subiendo sobre el 9 y ahorita te está rechazando el promedio de las 21 encima de esta línea, bueno, en esta línea meme. Acá, lo que nosotros esperamos es sencillamente esto. Que el precio siga por acá, rangueando entre esto o tal vez acá, pero eventualmente el precio va a romper a la baja. Esto. Y en mi opinión personal, yo creo que vamos a ir a buscar relativamente este tipo de movimiento acá. Todavía no tenemos nada que nos indique que hemos llegado al fondo y creemos que el movimiento se puede extender aún más. Cuando lo volteas a ver en la diaria, acá te cuento un poco de otra historia. Estás arriba, bueno, el precio llegó a treparse encima de la 100, tuviste una clara desviación y ahora estás poniendo esta vela de tope justamente acá. Y esto de nuevo es la diaria, es la vela de hoy, donde el 55 y el 21 están abajo y están a punto de voltearse, pero el promedio de las 9 está arriba de ellas. Si esto llega bueno, si esto llega a darse, el movimiento que busca si eres alcista sería poder tener un cierre arriba de los 134.53 en la diaria e ir a buscar, bueno, para empezar, romper los 137 y luego los 142. Pero probablemente y muy probablemente el 142 vaya a funcionar como una resistencia en este momento, simplemente porque la última vez que lo fuiste a tocar fue a mediados de este año y ha pasado bastante tiempo y no lo has hecho otra vez. Eso fue una. Aquí le hiciste el pre-front run. Sí, o sea, no has venido a testear más que una vez el promedio de los 200, por lo que no nos da mucha esperanza que lo vayas a romper fuertemente a la alza. Sí, simplemente estamos viendo un poco de fuerza en temporalidades cortas, pero en temporalidades altas se ve muy mal y creemos que es exactamente lo que estamos platicando. Está sobrevendido. Simplemente va a corregir un poco antes de seguir su movimiento a la baja. Y eso lo puedes ver claramente en temporalidades más grandes. Así que por más que pinte que está haciéndote un bajo más alto, etcétera, estás creando bajos más altos. Y acá puedes ver con la flecha esa, que no sé por qué no la tenía acá, esta vela de tope que indicó que ibas a tener este movimiento. De nuevo lo mismo y creemos que vas a seguir y continuando viendo lo mismo. Ah, no, perdón. ¿Esto qué fue? Cambié la gráfica. Con razón. Esto es el Nasdaq Bitcoin. What happened to my UPS chart? Ahí está. Perdón. Y acá en temporalidades más bajas es justamente lo que estábamos diciendo. Sí, estás encima de estos promedios y lo que creemos es sencillo, que esto va a continuar su camino para abajo, va a seguir consolidando, va a dejar que todos los promedios bajen y encontrar un nuevo mínimo. Y las áreas en común que tenemos en precios son por ahí de los 120 a los bajos 100. Así que ojo con UPS, que tiene cara de pues que va a seguir bajando, carnal, va a seguir bajando. ¿Qué le vas a hacer? Sí, efectivamente. Vale. What you got, Alex? The Crow USDT.
Yeah, crypto.com.
Kronos. Wow.
Yeah.
Use their credit card.
Oh, did they? I didn't hear about that.
Yeah, they had a pretty cool credit card with a bunch of like benefits, but you had to hold like $50,000 of their shitcoin to qualify for the credit card.
Oh, I don't think so, buddy.
I thought it was a different tier for their debit card. Like it was a better one. You got lounge.
There was a whole bunch of them. There was one that started at 50, and then there's one that went all the way up to 250.
Yeah, not worth it at all. I remember during this moment, I don't know if you guys remember, like all the crypto Twitter influencers were getting paid CRO coin, and they all had the debit cards. They were promoting the exchange CRO because it's crypto.com. If you guys didn't know, viewers. And then I remember, Alex Becker, Elliot Trace got their gaming bull market run. Crow followed, and I remember went from 10 cents all the way to almost $1. I remember all these motherfuckers got like hundreds of thousands of dollars. Like their coins went up like six figures, and then you just sent all that money to the bank account. It was glorious. Insane.
Damn.
Shit. Yeah, I remember that. And you just literally would you would sell here the CRO coins they gave you for free here, thousands of them, and it went all the way up to almost $1, and then you just sold and sent that to your bank account on their exchange. Pretty insane.
Yeah, we need one of those.
Yeah, that would be really ideal. But now, on the flip side, this isn't looking too good. And like what we see here is a mini range. I like viewing, especially shitcoins on a 5-day. I think it just looks better. It's easier to chart. And the 5 days actually interesting. We're just in this channel, consistent lower highs. We're waiting for the breakdown. Interesting thing here on the 5 days. It's now starting to flip up. Remember 15% once it's above, this move's happening, and this very well could, especially with it flipping up where it did right here after going all the way down to 7.21%. So if this starts expanding and going back above 15 on BBWP, this is giving me a move all the way to 0.063, which would be a sizable move. I think from where it's at now, almost, basically 20% down. So that is something to be mindful of, especially when we throw this on a weekly and we actually see that the weekly is a silver cross. And, we're basically deviating this weekly 9 now. So if assuming we close under the 9, we'd either have to look at all rallies into that 9 as resistance, if not a full-on breakdown from here. For me though, crypto.com isn't looking good at all. It's basically heading to that point where it's heading to the lows essentially, slowly but surely. And when you see a coin here that basically when Bitcoin was at $70,000, crypto.com essentially couldn't even break its last high at this point on February 2021. So it's never a good sign when you see that. The issue when you get these pump and dumps, which basically that's what CRO looks like, to me at least, is it makes it a lot harder for it to actually break its last cycle high. I guess the nice part about CRO compared to other charts that we've seen is, it's been through at least one cycle now, which is, it's welcoming to see, because you're going to get a lot of new coins like INJ where this is like their first cycle. So it's nice to see that with CRO. It's still a shit coin though. It's still extremely weak. And it's, basically if you zoom in and see, it's about to break down. I mean, if you drew like a meme line even to this last closing right here, we're basically losing that now. I'm just representing it in more of a channel. I think it looks cleaner. And especially with the way BBWP looks, this could get pretty ugly. So ideally, we want to see a bounce if you're bullish on CRO basically here. But on most time frames, it's giving me pretty strong resistance, minimal bounces, and we're under most of the important moving averages on all time frames. Let me see how the monthly looks. Curious to see that. Let's see where that EMA 5 is. Yeah, and I mean, just any way you look at this chart, it just doesn't look good. I know there's not a lot of data with the quarterly. Curious to see. Yeah, and it's just really not looking good on crypto.com. For me, this is looking really primed to test this 0.64, 0.63 level, over time within the next maybe, 3 months, 2 months. I'm only getting that because we're, getting a setup on the 5-day, potentially getting a setup on the weekly as well. We've been in this consolidation manner basically since June, just consolidating here now. We're potentially at the end of it, and it's not looking good with this weekly silver cross. That's kind of giving us our bias currently. And just because of how that weekly 9 has been respecting price, and it's been a major rejection point each and every time we've rallied to the 9. If you just shorted it, you would have made money. Granted, up until this point where we reclaimed it. So if bulls don't step in here and leave this being a nice wick, maybe flipping this into a hammerhead, testing the 21, then this is going to look like more like it's in the process of breaking down. I'll get that more confirmation when this 5-day actually gets above 15%. Let me see here. Yeah, it's now it rallied straight to the 34, on this 2-day, and it's now rejecting. It's never a good sign when, all rallies, big rallies even, get caught by this pink line. For me, it's the EMA 34. It's never a good sign. We can just see how it's been very strong, holding price down, the 21, the 34. This wick to the 100. So this was the ideal short opportunity after we lost it. Very, very ugly. When you get these altcoins, if we just throw the 55 off, what happened here, right? So we basically, let me get my drawing tool. I always lose this shit. Oh wait, it's always, yeah, here. Sir.
Yeah, why the fuck is it not there?
Oh, okay. Oh, that's
no,
good.
it's supposed to look like a brush. It kind of like disappeared from.
Oh, I know. Oh, I know. I have no idea why it's not there, but that's fine. Basically, I honestly forgot what I was about to say too, but let me just go back here.
Mm-hmm.
Got off track. Okay, cool. So yeah, I mean, basically, we just want to be cautious with this chart. Oh yeah, what I was gonna say. So we see this reclaim here. It's very dirty with these altcoins. We see it just reclaim the 2-day EMA 100, quickly lost it, and then this whole way down, we never tested it. Chopped around, even broke down more. When we get these massive squeezes up, this was a 20% 2-day candle with a massive wick of, what was this wick body? another 11%, tapping that EMA 100. What did we basically do? We just basically retested it, flipped into resistance. All the people that didn't short here were waiting for a retest here. That's what I would have been doing. And when we get that, now we can get the follow through and potentially get the breakdown. It's not good. Leaves longs here feeling very trapped. And, when we're kind of in this no man's zone, I think the weekly kind of tells it nicely, especially with that silver cross on the weekly. So, we'd be very cautious of this. If this weekly loses the 9 after reclaiming it, and this doesn't turn into a big buy, leaving a massive wick, potentially turning into a hammerhead, a lot of hopium in that statement, then we have to look at this as it breaking down. Any rallies into that 9 here should get rejected per the silver cross, and we have to start assuming that since this is starting to flip up, once this gets up, to this point, 15%, this will be confirmation of the momentum and volatility expanding, which to me then will lead probably to a break of this channel, just like we saw with Rivian, and probably leads to a bigger move down. I represented this chart on all time frames. Now, all big time frames that matter on altcoins. If we go to a 4-hour, maybe people are just trading this on lower time frames.
That looks terrible too.
Yeah, exactly. You can even see rally quickly got stopped here. I don't really use the SMA 200 on lower time frames, personally speaking. I like the EMA 200 sometimes, but you can even see quickly just stopped at the 9. And is now rejecting more. We can see it is trying to get bought up here at these spots, but it's never a good sign when we just quickly go all the way back down, especially here when we just get these shallow pumps. It makes sense though that we would kind of consolidate. We are at extremes on the 4-hour, but overall not looking good at all. I'll finish off an 8-hour analysis. And yeah, to me, this is just looking primed for a breakdown. Be very cautious of that. CRO to me looks like it's about to potentially give us a 20% wick candle down. I'm happy to be wrong though on this, and we'll know soon because this is towards the end of it. So this is either breaking down now or this will get bought up, and we'll either test this one more time and probably break to the upside, but statistically speaking, a lot less likely for that to happen. You'll know that this is actually if you guys only like this wedge right here I drew, you'll know it's actually breaking down. If we break this low at, that was formed on the week, September 16th, if we break the low at, let me give you the exact number, 0.07604, we'll probably get a really big move down in that case, because bulls are looking at these lows. The fact that they're respecting it. That's why bulls want to step in here. It doesn't break this low. We do start breaking this low. It'll to me really confirm the breakdown. And DBWP probably does expand. So CRO is not looking too good, honestly.
I gotta say, it's incredible how much you were able to pull off from this. I would have looked at it and just told everyone, "This is shit, dude. It's going down." That's
and potential short setup on this silver cross on the weekly. I won't trade it. I won't play a shit coin because it's does the dirty. Yeah, it's very dirty. Yeah. But that's the analysis of zero. I wouldn't also be buying this. There's really no hopium, and there's no bull hopium in my opinion until this at least gets back above 0.111. If it can get back above there, in my opinion, on especially a weekly closure, great. It'll start looking really good. We'll have a potential move all the way almost to 14 cents. But till then, it's looking a lot less likely and a lot more likely that we're going to go and test that 6-cent level. So, yeah.
Amen. We'll finish with Farhan Solana. So perfect. You're basically done, senor, and I'm going to present this.
Cool.
Thank you.
This cat is being very, very uncooperative right now.
I can hear.
It's because it's lunchtime basically for the kitty.
Probably for me too. Well, no, it's only 10:20 here. Get out of here.
Yeah, a little too early.
Yeah. Alrighty. Here we go. Aquí vamos. Tenemos CRO, que aparentemente es la moneda de Crypto.com. Sacaron una tarjeta de crédito y le dieron esta moneda gratis a mucha gente. Esto es un shitcoin absoluto y rotundo. Si ves esta estructura no se ve tan mal, pero cuando ponemos un poco de contexto en esto y volteas a ver esto, es donde te das cuenta que literalmente esto está perdido. No has podido ni siquiera llegar al pump de antes que hubo en febrero 21. Tuviste uno tal cual con el tope de cripto hasta acá, que llegó casi $1 y se fue al piso, y el máximo que logró hacer eran 17 centavos comparado con casi $1. Esta es una de esas monedas que no van a volver a subir jamás, o que tiene cara de que no van a volver a subir jamás. Y en mi opinión personal, una gran pérdida de tiempo para cualquiera estar viendo. Esto es un poco más de la avaricia del mercado y de gente intentando adivinar. No estoy diciendo que seas tú, mi queridísimo Ricardo, pero esto es más gente intentando adivinar qué moneda pueden comprar, poner $100 y hacer $1.000.000. Esta es una de esas donde no tiene tanto sentido. Ahora voy a prender mis indicadores para que vean en la temporalidad de mensual. El 9 está por abajo del 21, lo ha estado desde octubre del 2022. Tuvo solamente esta desviación y luego esta caída. Me voy a acercar un poco más en la semanal. Estás abajo de literalmente todos los promedios con un cruce plateado acá atrás y rechazos en la 9 una y otra y otra y otra vez. Nos acercamos más. La diaria es un desmadre. Voy a hacer 3 días para que también lo puedas ver, donde está siendo rechazado por absolutamente todos los promedios de corta temporalidad, alta temporalidad, etcétera. Estás también, si voy a eliminar estas cosas, ¿qué estás formando? Estás creando altos más bajos, con bajos más bajos, y esto tiene cara que va a buscar un bajo más bajo. Tienes que saber esto, si rompes el área de los 71.59, 7 centavos con 105, bueno, 7 centavos 1.59, probablemente vayas a crear nuevos mínimos y vayas a buscar esta zona, empezando con el 5 centavos, después de ahí te puedes ir al, bueno, continuar en los 5 centavos hasta el punto 4 y ya de ahí crear tus nuevos mínimos históricos. Sí, básicamente es eso, no hay más. ¿Cuáles son las áreas a romper a la alza, tío? Tienes que literalmente pasar estos casi 9 centavos, empezar a formar por acá estructura, romper este alto que está en los 10 centavos y empezar a consolidar arriba de los 11 y después ir a eliminar cada alto que existe hasta el tope, que personalmente no creo que vaya a pasar. Pero bueno, ahí está Crow, tal cual. Vamos a ver, Farhan, Solana. Give me some shit, son. This one is terrible.
The only exchange coin that looks good right now belongs to my favorite Chinaman, CZ.
The BNBs. Yeah, I agree.
Oh yeah. He apparently made, what was it, 25 million a day in prison, or that's what I read in an article. Who knows if that's true, but kind of insane.
CZ is a fucking giga chat, bro.
Yeah, he's the man. He actually, I saved it on my bookmarks because when it was the bottom of the market, CZ came out and said, I think this is the bottom. And I was like, I'm going to bookmark it to see if I pay attention to this motherfucker or not. And I should have.
Damn.
Yeah.
Yeah,
But
Yeah,
he
is an OG for sure.
Yeah.
He changed the game with Binance. Absolutely.
You guys
Yeah.
remember back in March of 2020, whenever we initially had that COVID dump?
Yep.
The biggest exchange at that time was BitNext, which was run by Arthur Hayes. From there, Binance was nothing. It literally took 2 years for Binance to completely blow BitNext out of the water. Now people don't even know what the fuck BitNext is.
No one even knows that was a real thing. Yeah, I completely agree with you. Binance really took it global.
At that time, BitNext was the largest exchange in the world by far.
Yeah.
The only reason, like literally, Bitcoin was going to zero on that COVID dump, because you saw if you were to see the order books on BitNext, there was around 2,000 buy orders and there was tens of thousands of sell orders. Bitcoin was literally going to go to zero. Like, I'm not kidding, not exaggerating.
No, I know.
It was going to tap zero. So what Arthur Hayes did, he shut off the exchange servers.
Coinbase was also going to go out of business.
Were they?
Yep, and they
Arthur
had to
Hayes,
they stopped it, and someone brought more money in to fund them for everything that they needed because they had a liquidity crisis.
Arthur Hayes literally saved crypto.
Crazy, and
He
no
was
one
like-
cares.
He unplugged the servers.
Yeah,
You can't be liquidated if the servers are unplugged.
That's right, motherfucker. Brilliant move. And that explains why Coinbase always goes down. Maybe.
Because Coinbase is not willing to do the illegal shit that Arthur Hayes was.
Fucking pussies.
If you look at CZ's responses on Twitter, people are like, "Yo, CZ, do whatever illegal shit you all have to do. Just send our coins up."
Yeah, I wouldn't expect anything more from the crypto community.
Yeah, literally.
Whatever illegal degenerate shit you got to do, just do it. Send our coins up.
Yep.
All right, so we're, on the quarterly on Solana, after we got this initial move up from our lows of $8, we went up to somewhere around like $200. We got a rejection around that point. We retested the 5 EMA, and then we retested the 5 EMA again, and we made this doji. The reason why I don't see this doji as bearish is because we're getting it from a move down. So that signals indecision after the move down and possibility of a reversal to back towards the upside. But I wouldn't long it here blindly. What I would be looking for is a retest of this 5 EMA, which right now is at $134.64. I'd be looking to see whatever reaction we get there. If we get a lot of buy pressure here, this is going to signal that this doji was indeed indecision and reversal from the move down, and then we can move back up towards this 50% range, which right now is at right around $246.74, which would be roughly very close to previous all-time highs. And if we were to get to previous all-time highs, I think we're probably going to go past it a little bit, if not a lot. The max I would be looking for, though, is somewhere around the 61.8%, which is $325. But I wouldn't be expecting it to get to that area. What I would be looking for more likely would be somewhere like this. Right here, right around between $260 to possibly $300. If we get up to $300, that's going to be a very nice psychological level, and from there I would be looking for rejection and come back down to retest these previous all-time highs. So while these ranges move up, then we can expect continuation from there. If you look at our HPR momentum, that is also telling us the same thing, where it's starting to flip down, where volatility is also flipping down, telling us that we should be looking for a correction towards the downside, which does line up with this 5 EMA right here. We check the monthly for the longest time on a move up, we were testing the top of the top blue 38.2% zone. Then we closed it when we closed at $100. And then we came back, retested the top 38.2%, and we got another expansion towards the upside from around $90 all the way up to $200. We went sideways since around March of 2024. We've been going sideways while these HPR ranges have been moving up. Right now, the blue 38.2% zone has moved completely up to where price action is right now, and we ended up closing within it. Right now, it's moved above price. So what we should be looking for is, because we are above this 9 EMA, is a retest of this 9 EMA right around 50%, which is roughly in that $140 area. And then we want to see some strong buying action step in here. If we do, then we can expect to test this top of the 38.2% right around 195. And if we're bullish and we get any type of close, what I like to see is that this top 38.2% lines right up with this previous rejected high. So if we get a close above this area, we get a statistical target of the median. And right now, the median is at a very, very euphoric number for the bulls. It's going to make bulls cream their pants because it's sitting at $500 right now. This is probably going to come down slightly, probably towards the $300 area. But as of right now, it's at $500. And it's Solana at $500. What is the market cap right now? 64 billion or 68 billion. So
would basically go get Ethereum, right?
Let's do some quick maths. 248%. What is 248% of 68 billion? That is, what's that, Siri? What is 248% of 68 billion? 180 plus right now where we are right now. So that's around very close to $300 billion. What is the market cap of Ethereum?
I'll tell you right now. 300 billion. 200.
Right around there. Is the real flipping Solana flipping Ethereum?
It will happen.
Where people are talking about how Ethereum is going to flip Bitcoin, but Ethereum is one of the worst flipping coins I've seen in my life right now.
Yep. And it's been for a while, even though the chart now is showing people, but it's a fucking piece of shit for anyone that uses crypto. They know.
Oh yes, I've sent some Tether over many times with Ethereum, And I prefer not to use Ethereum, and I like to use Solana, because with Ethereum, you're
Same.
paying like 30 or 40 bucks per transaction. Solana, you're paying pennies.
Cents. Yeah.
Right now, I'm looking for a retest of this 9 EMA. Bullish hopium is that we get some buying action stepping in here, so we can retest these previous all-time highs. Right now, our HPR momentum is flipping down, while volatility is flipping up. So that gives us less hopium for that actually to happen, and it gives us more of a possibility of us actually getting a breakdown. Let's look at the weekly. Weekly right now is looking a little bit better because we closed over the median. But what I don't like to see is that we get this move back down, losing the median immediately after closing over it. The hopium is that we hold this 21 EMA, this turns into a hammerhead candle, and then we close back above the median. Then we would have a statistical probability of hitting this previous this 38.2%, which is the previous all-time highs, right around or previous cycle highs, right around $208.
Mm-hmm.
If we get any type of move around that area, then our higher time frames will step in, and we're probably going to go a little bit higher towards the 50%, which is right around the $230 previous all-time highs, or I believe 250, 260. I don't think we're going to blast past the previous all-time highs. I think we're probably going to project just below it, get a sharp move down, because a lot of these shitcoins like to be very predatory. So everybody who's aiming for new all-time highs is probably going to get washed out somewhere around that low $200 area, come back down to retest 200 current cycle highs, and then from there, I think we probably go towards $300. Look at the jewel on the weekly right now. The jewel is starting to flip around. It's losing its downwards dark blue cell curvature, and it's flipping to white. We want to see holding the 21 EMA, preferably the median, but the 21 EMA at the very least, so that this jewel can flip back around to a cyan light blue buy signal, and then we can continue towards those previous cycle high, this current cycle highs, and then the previous all-time highs. Let's check the RSI. If only Sam Bankman-Fried was still here to pump our Solana bags, right?
I mean,
Yeah.
he's still here, and I'm pretty sure he still holds quite a big, large position. So
He's
I'm
still
sure
shilling it, I think I heard. He's still shilling Solana.
Yeah.
People.
But he's in prison for the next foreseeable future, though.
I'm sure some of his family members, like his parents that enjoyed getting that free house, and the dad that used to work for the company and all that stuff, can also continue to reap the benefits.
Oh, yeah.
On the 5-day, we have some confirmed bullish divergence, and we're at literally zero volatility. What I don't like to see, though, is after the confirmed bullish divergence, we broke back into the bearish control zone. To confirm this, to invalidate the bearish divergence, we'd have to make a local top. And to get a local top, we have to close below this candle bottom right here, this big low, which is right now at $141.19. If we close below there, the bullish divergence is invalidated, and we're probably coming down to test this 100 EMA, which is right around $110 to $111. But until then, the divergence is still active. And if we keep holding this 21 EMA, this 9 EMA, and this candle closes green, we're going to have confirmed this is our next higher low. Volatility is going to start expanding, because right now we're at literally 1.98% volatility, extremely low. And this candle closes green as a hammerhead. We're very likely going to have volatility push us towards the upside, where we can retest these previous cycle highs right around $200. And that's going to bring the higher term time frames into consideration. And then we're very likely going to get our next breakout towards somewhere around $300. Check the 3-day. 3-day right now is not looking very good. We got 6 hours and 25 minutes to close, and we're about to confirm another drive of hidden bearish divergence. If the 3-day does confirm a drive of hidden bearish divergence, it's going to be a rejection of the bullish control zone. Right now, we're already at the neutral zone. So our next target is going to be the bearish control zone. And the bearish control zone sits right now at $110. You guys remember our $108? You guys remember our $110 number from the previous chart?
Yep.
This is lining up perfectly with it. So if this does confirm,
on the 3-month, 9 EMAs right there.
So if this does confirm right now, we'd have to get a close below this 100, and not even this one. We can probably use this one to be safe, to be honest. If we get a close below $154, we're probably going to confirm that bearish divergence and come back down towards this. First target is this 100 EMA. Second one is this 200, which is right around 102, 105. This number is going to go up. It's going to be very likely right around that 110. So the 2-day already has confirmed 3 drives of hidden bearish divergence within the bullish control zone. and we made another high in a series of lower highs. So our first target from this divergence is going to be this moving average, which is lining right up with the neutral zone, and that number is currently sitting at, the moving average is at $134, and the neutral zone is sitting at, where is it, $133. So if this divergence does continue to play out, and we do go break down towards that area, the 3-day hidden bearish divergence is going to play out. That's going to lead into the 5-day, the weekly, and the monthly, which will eventually take us down to that low $100 area. Check the daily. Daily doesn't have much. Yeah, the main thing that we're looking for right now is if this 3-day hidden bearish divergence does confirm, that will also lead into the this 5-day volatility expanding, us staying within the bearish control zone. The weekly probably also putting in another drive of hidden bearish divergence, and the monthly is going to break out of the bearish control zone. So right now we're in a very precarious area where the bulls absolutely have to step in today, like not tomorrow, not day after tomorrow. They got to step in today, or else
Like
shit is going to nuke.
That's not good.
No.
That's not good. That's not good. I'll say that right now. That's no bueno. All righty. Well, fuck. I'll give him Solana right now. Anything else you boys want to add before you go?
No, always a smooth stream. Watch the daily close on Bitcoin. See you boys on the Discord.
What else I'll say though is he's probably not watching, but CZ, if you're watching, hit us up.
Yeah. For what? We'll see, but hit us up. Absolutely.
There we go. I'll see you
All
boys
righty,
later.
boys. Nah, thank you. Thank you for everything.
All right, have a good one, bros.
Bye. Vale, pues, tenemos... qué pendejo soy. Estamos platicando de Solana y tenía ese anuncio. Bueno, aquí tienen Solana, estamos viendo la gráfica trimestral. Rápidamente, estamos por encima del promedio de las 9. Podemos ver que topamos acá después de haber tenido el famoso bear market, el mercado bajista por acá. Ahora estamos en este subidongo donde trepamos a un máximo relativo de $210. El máximo histórico son $259, dependiendo en qué exchange llegaste a tocar los 60 hasta 62, y ahorita está cotizando en 145.62. En todas las temporalidades, de acuerdo a los indicadores de Farhand de Momentum y volatilidad, básicamente en todas tenemos diferentes divergencias bajistas presentándose en el precio, por lo que si no, en temporalidades muy cortas, literalmente casi hoy a mañana, los alcistas no empujan el precio a la alza, esta madre va a ir a buscar más o menos esta zona de entre los 113 y los $102, ¿ok? Es algo que tengo que poner por adelantado enfrente de todos ustedes. Ahora, estamos en este momento viendo cómo estamos creando altos más bajos, un poco de la misma canción de todo, con bajos un poco más altos, una indecisión, el promedio de las 9 está en los 138.31, y el 20 está por encima del 21, que está en 107.12, donde tienes confluencia junto con el promedio de las 9 en la trimestral. Voy a llevarlos a la semanal rápidamente y pueden ver que estamos literalmente a punto de romper a la baja el 145, que es el promedio de las 9, o el 144.97, que es el promedio del 21. Si llegamos a romper esto hoy, tenemos un cierre en aquí abajo, perdón, esto es la semanal. Si llegas a tener un cierre abajo de los 142, se empieza a poner a ver la cosa bastante fea, y ahí es donde empiezas a desarrollar tus siguientes objetivos y a dónde van a ir, porque puedes ver que el promedio de la 100 en la semanal está a punto de llegar a esta zona de los $102, lo que le da confluencia a ese nivel y probablemente te vaya a mandar los solamis por ahí. Y ahora en la diaria, puedes ver cómo el 21 y el 100 se están encontrando acá, nos rechazaron, estamos en el 51 apenas aguantándolo en el que está en los 145.23, y si llegas a perder estos niveles, el 142.34 para abajo en la diaria, en el cierre de hoy, que le quedan 6 horas todavía y 20 minutos, esto se va a ver muy mal, porque esto parece ser simplemente una desviación más corta sobre el 200, que es el que está aquí arriba, y esto te llevaría con aire limpio a toda esta zona. Y cada objetivo, 137 primero, 126 y luego los 102, jugarían. Esto sería obviamente pésimo para todo cripto. Así que tenemos que tener un ojo en todas las tablas para todo. Y sin más ni más, Damas y caballeros, hemos llegado al final del Casino del Tío Salo con Farhan, con Alex. Gracias a todos los que vinieron y se unieron acá a esta. Es una clasecilla de Elite Trading Academy. Ya saben, aquí lo tenemos. ¿Quieren unirse a nuestro Discord? Está en la descripción del video. Es absolutamente gratis y ahí tienen todos los tips, todas las cosas que estamos aprendiendo y más herramientas para que puedan volverse mejor en trading o compartir con una comunidad que piensa como ustedes y que les fascina ser degenerados como todos nosotros. Les mando un abrazote, cuídense mucho y nos vemos en un rato.